Oh, you know, I should bring my drink into my room while it loads. I'll be back. Alright. Now that the game is open, I can close. This can go here. Alright. What the hell do I have to do? Why does my mouse pad? I think it's my mouse pad. I don't want to have to spend an extra $10 to get a better mouse, but I should, because I know it would be a better mouse anyways. But secondarily, I think even if I had a better mouse, it still might be the mouse pad problem. So I'm going to have to turn the direction it's facing, I guess. And that'll require me cleaning everything, and I don't want to do that yet. We're doing that tomorrow. Alright, the fuck am I supposed to do? Fight through forces. Champions Gate. Okay. Yeah, I remember where we're at now. Big area for shit. Let's go. Okay. Some health and health regen. Mediocre, but not terrible. Interesting Fizz-Res. Dodge rating, shit. Tendon dexterity, shit. So yeah, it's all shit. pick up? Garbage? No, that's good. That's fine. That's good. I don't need that. Although, cold damage is fine because I do cold damage. I don't need that. So that's more potion converted to ward. Elemental and freeze multiplier is also pretty good. I need necrotic or void in a 2 slot at 18 or higher. I don't know if it can be higher. I think 18 is good. I could use more physical, but I don't think I need a better belt because that's giving me ward decree threshold. That's pretty much really all I'm going to be looking for a while. It just takes so long. Alright, I am definitely playing distracted, so I might get killed for it. But I don't know how Lagan's gonna go. My single target damage is pretty dog shit. But I don't think my damage is necessarily dog shit because it's killing all the trash and like rare monsters sort of fine in large groups. And I think that has something to do with Spark Charge. Being able to just help do mass area damage. I want the critical strike. But I need that area. That area will help. If I can get bonus levels to Elemental Nova, that would be great. Alright, let's go back to Leoth's tower, because fuck this shit. I guess I have to go fight the Rift first. Fuck me. It definitely can't be too far away, but it could be pretty deep in here. It's this guy again. Not even dropping his shit. I hate it. Alright, it's gotta be here somewhere here. $52 health. Was that a belt? Yeah. Snap freeze. I'm not using snap freeze anymore though. I will take it. I probably won't use snap freeze at all because I did not like its skill tree. It has really no use to me on this character. It was, I guess, just that filler skill for a while. Nope. Alright. So, do I put more in that? Yeah. So that's after a teleport, and that's the stuff that I should do. Okay, so what do I want out of this? I don't know if the area actually matters. Ward is good. And just damage reduction, I guess. I don't need mana efficiency. Mana absorb. I don't really need that. Okay, so if I go for 40% less damage, it's just damage reduction. I could go with elemental damage reduction. We were going to go ward retention. That's what I'm doing. So we need ward retention. That's good. Okay, so do I want something specific out of this? No. Drops runes will be next, I guess. That'll be fine. But I do want to farm this because this is fine. Okay, well, that took forever, so we're gonna go teleport back. And watch another one appear. Fuck. Is it closer? Probably not. We're gonna move on. And Fatima. Get to the timer. To the timer. The timer. Alright, you all suck. You suck. Oh, you're gonna go piss off the sea god? Nah, we're not gonna sail. You could get there by land. Once the ocean dries up. Look, I only need to go give his ass a little stomping, not a killing or anything. That's not gonna bite me in the ass later. Another pair of those, but they're shittier. It's not that I don't need the melee attack speed anymore, but it's just harder to use. But what do I have currently that matters? My gloves have freeze and health, but poison resistance is also nice. So that's not terrible. What do you need? More to this, so I can get down to there. You are fine. We have the area that I want. We need one more to this, one to that, two to that, one to that. More board retention. Alright. So, yeah, this is fine. I don't know what to do with it other than these. And then probably max these out. Up to 50%. ward, and up to 50% ward retention. What was I going to get ward? This was going to give me ward retention? Yeah. So I pop that, teleport, and then use invocation. And I can always turn this to just ice, turn that to fire, and do ice damage mostly. But this still will do fire damage, mainly. Get that going. So this does... It doesn't tell me exactly how many times it can bounce, though. Whenever it ricochets, you gain ward. But in order for this to get... No, we don't have to do anything, actually. So we can kind of ignore this if I need to turn it to just an ice build. I don't know. I guess it'll depend on what kind of damage can drop when I really feel like I need more damage, which is kind of now. But I'm not going to get stuck on trying to figure out what damage type I want to be dealing when I don't have anything that supports any ideas. See, that's my damage combo. Yeah. So I'm gonna... My damage type is really just spell damage. That's mainly what I'm doing. Like, this isn't doing terrible, but it's not moving health bars for bosses, which is mainly the where I see my damage struggling, is single target fights. Because splash damage is a major help that you never really notice until you don't have anything to splash off of. So that's just the next spell. Which can be that, but that doesn't get a bonus because this is a channeled skill. But so why does it use that? I think that very first is gaining that bonus, and that's it. I think that's what's happening, and we're also lagging like a bitch. It's actually not that bad. It's kind of sad, but... So do I want crit chance? Yes. Do I want this? Yes. I want so much of that, that's a problem. But I think I'm gonna get that to 100 now. That's kind of a necessity. Get that to 50. Stun chance, spell damage, shotgun. Cold and lightning penetration. That's not bad. Increased critical strike chance. Two-handed staff. Sure. I think I need more area. That's what I was supposed to do for my Elemental Nova, is get the area back up to 80. But I think the 100% Spark Charge might be more valid. Alright, Corporal. No. I don't want to go here. I don't want to go here. Yeah, still lagging. That's great. Temple of lagging. I'm lagging in the temple. Alright, so what do I want? More of this? If it costs at least 30 mana. That does not cost 30 mana. This does not cost 30 mana. 53 mana. That does. But it refunds the cost. But it doesn't matter if it refunds the cost. I think it's stuttering or I'm lagging. Possibly both. Void cleave, shit. Increase dodge. Alright, useless. Spell crit tray, nice. Huh? That's not bad. I can look into trying to make that better too. What would I try to do? It's not. There's no T6 anything on it, so how much better could it be? This doesn't have T6 either, so it could theoretically be quite better. So you 8 raw damage and then some cast speed buff. Okay. We need 1 point for this, and it gives me 8% damage because I have 2 different runes, Welcome and Wretched. And then 1 point in this, which makes that useless because, well, with yeah, I don't do 3 different runes, so that's going to be useless. But I need this, which does more elemental nova, so we'll take it. And if I can get that to critically strike all the time, and have a cooldown worth a damn, this would be good. Alright, so what do we have? We have 20, we need 29 and a heart, which is 30 in horns, which cost petals. So we need a shitload more petals. Just a shitload more petals. And feathers, but... See, it's kind of working out. Yeah, it's kind of nice when you're not playing a fucking rogue. Like, yeah, the damage was very depressing, but the damage is still depressing. I liked seeing numbers like 80,000 show up at this early. It was fun. But that required exceptional fucking gear and luck. And also the build that I was running. High life, hope that you never get poked because if you do, you lose all your damage. Great shit. Do not recommend because it's fucking impossible because the rogue has no fucking way of sustaining enough ward because the rogue is a shit class. Designed to be shit for no fucking reason. Like, I don't know. Fucking fuck it. I'm mad about that now. Now that I'm thinking about it again, I'm salty about the game. Alright, watch this damage combo. Or it fucked it up because I can't cast things in the right order. Alright, watch this damage combo. It's mediocre. But it does some damage. I like it that it is just a spank and tank mage, though. Oh, that's kind of nice. Does that do more than mine does? That does pretty much more than mine does. Melee damage is less, but more spell damage. No mana spell cost reduction, but that doesn't matter. I do have mana problems, but they're intentional mana problems. So they're not a problem. That's how problems work, right? If it's intentionally a problem, it's not a problem. That's how I like to think about it. that way I could justify the way I play video games. Like, it's not terrible damage, but if I was stuck with only this melee attack, I'd be fucked. Like, that would be not good. Like, Spark Charge alone is not doing enough unless I'm able to proc it as fast as this ends up procking it. Then it starts to make a difference. But still, the fact that I don't have enemies in the fight and he's essentially single target damage makes it a problem until I can make the area on this be absurdly large. Like excruciatingly large. But next is damage reduction. That's what I should have put that point in, but we've committed. Uh-huh. This is some bullshit. Thank you for dying. Jesus Christ, that was taking fucking forever. Ooh, some hybrid health. Okay. Shit. That's a shame. We'll hold on to it. Glyph of Envy will help if I can find one. It's T5 hybrid health. Shit. Even better. Just crush it. Get that T5 off there. And we can just put that onto something else instead. Another one of the belts that I have, but better, maybe? Question mark? More than this, or do I want to get this? Dispel damage and crit chance from Never Late now apply to traversal skills, and you gain ward when you use a traversal skill. Per point. So up to 100 ward, or do I just get cast speed traversal? I really just want it for this. And getting it to double is great. So 5 points in that is really just what I want. I don't care about the rest. I do need to go use the restroom real quick. It's already 6 o'clock. Christ. Fucked around for too long today, doing nothing. Ooh, that's interesting. Fire Aura and Glyph of Dominion. Something new that I have seen probably once before, but never knew what it was supposed to be about. Hmm. So I think I want to increase fire damage, because that might be the thing that does the most damage. The ice damage is cool. Lightning damage I do also do, but I don't think Spark Charge is doing a majority of my damage. There's never going to be a way to tell, because this game is not easy to break down your damage. Like DPS, when you have this many moving parts to a build. Well, it is still dropping things. Do I care? I won't need a better one of these until I try to upgrade this one, essentially. But I won't need a better one of these. I'll just need one to hold on to while I use, or while I use an egg, essentially. Whenever that just shows up, if ever. I feel like I've only seen eggs on dead characters. Because I can get them to the point where eggs will spawn, but eggs never spawn. And it's such a shame. Alright, the Leath fight might actually suck. So 19% elemental penetration, 20% or 20 spell damage, which is shitty. That's 12 less than that. 103% chance to cast Fire Aura each second. Plus 6 damage with Flame Rush per stack Fire Aura. Okay. I gotta use the restroom though, so I don't know if this is safe to stand around in. So we don't care. We're going to teleport here. And I'll be back. Alright, we're back. Went outside and smoked and everything too, so we're good. Mysterious rift. Where could it be? Bang, bang, bang. Alright, not close by, so... Bastard. Just looking at my fucking health bar, I'm like, it's not moving. Idiot, she moved. God damn it, she moved again right when I blew my load. Yep, that's what I was waiting for. Do that. Lag. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not even picking up that health potion. What the actual fuck?! Right, we will take that. That's kind of perfect. That's kind of nice too. Till I get the ring that I want. Those are pretty good. One of them is going to have to go. I think it's going to be the coral one, probably. But extra vitality and some extra other stuff will be nice. This one is better than both of them technically, but this one's closing in on tier 5, so it won't take long. This one definitely needs to be gotten rid of, so this should take over like right now. If I can get intelligence instead of throw speed, we'd be fine. This is also T5 or T4, so upgrade that. It got tier 1 dodge rating, fuck. Change that. We got stun avoidance, I'll take that over dodge rating. 57 to forge that, 55 to forge that. Alright, so we'll hold on to you by putting you on right now. Crush this. One to strength. I can increase the elemental damage on that. Alright, that makes it more useful than that, sort of. The extra vitality is nice, but it could have been max. Ward per second is good enough. 17, this was 18, highest is 20, this one is middle. So let's upgrade this one, see where it ends up. And it also used pretty much all of its forging potential. And it's kind of the worst out of all of them. Alright, I pulled the thing that we want, we're good. No harm, no foul. Alright, better not fucking lag. I might just have to turn everything off. I don't really want to do that. Alright, so then put that there, this here, this here, right there. That should be that. And what else do I want? Music. I want music. Shit. I just need the key. I guess I do want to use it on purpose most of the time. Alright, so do we have? We have Crush. So, is this better? This doesn't have cast speed, so it's not changing any of that. We're missing spell damage, but we get an extra double flat spell damage. So that's better. Mana spent is ward. It's not bad, and it's pretty high on its range, but it's not great. Critical strike chance. I could crush this one, or try to pull the strike chance off of it. What would I want to put on this one? What can you get that would be very useful? Suffixes. Send me to the suffixes. Cold penetration, lightning. So cold and fire penetration would be nice. I don't do enough cold damage to warrant that mattering, but if I wore those boots, I would get enough cold penetration to warrant going for cold damage. But my bouncy fireball, my ping pong ball, is a fire skill. Or a fire spell. So I should pretty much be focusing fire. It's got shit forging potential, so there's a good chance that it's useless. Even if I pull the strike chance to give it to this. What can I get? Does freeze rate multiplier matter? If I go for cold, and I just put elemental nova to cold nova, because that's what it will be. This can go back to fire. This can stay cold. I focus cold damage. This does fire, but it will scale with critical damage and critical strike. Or will be more useful if I have the critical strike as well. I could eventually get rid of the spell critical strike if I just get enough flat critical strike damage. Or critical strike chance. The spell damage on it is good. If I don't have any glyphs of despair, so I can't steal anything. Let's see. Let's go fuck with something a little bit. Slap that on. I don't know if I'm doing more damage. It seems like I'm doing equal damage. No, it looks like things are definitely dying faster. And I'm definitely gaining ward pretty much the entire time. Rather than just the big bursts that I can manage. Yeah, no, this seems stronger, even without the spell damage. Because I'm doubling my spell damage, and that's only giving me 75%. But it's giving me 75% of all the spell damage, not just the main 32 that I get from the staff. Despite that being pretty much a majority of my spell damage. Man, pretty much fucking everything can get freeze rate multiplier and cold resist. It's stupid. Good for me when I decide to use those boots. Did I do that? No. I was looking for it. Yeah, I feel like it's better so far, even without the extra critical strike chance. I just have to find out what would I want to put on the back end of it that will make it useful. And the answer, I think, is more strike or stun chance. But I don't know if that is the correct answer. Because I don't do enough damage with my melee to warrant having melee stun chance directly. And I don't do enough damage in general to make stun chance worth it, but it does help for trash. But the issue is I already don't have a problem with trash. Like, my damage is good enough to deal with large groups of trash mobs because I do splash damage. And I definitely am doing way more damage, so this feels like a good idea. Armor reduction, bonus for crit. More gained on kill, potion. Alright, so one of these scepters is good. Doing cold and cold damage, but mine now does way better. And I don't need the melee crit strike. I need the spell crit strike, that's better. So this, we can just remove as many times as we can and hope for good shit. Okay, we got as much as we could out of it. Nice, and it gave me spell critical strike anyways. Okay, so this could end up being shit. So I guess we'll do 1, 2, increase stun chance to 5. We're good with that. I would want to just upgrade mana spent as ward eventually too. But if I go with cold, I'd have to switch skill points around. Really, I just have to remove skill points, which wouldn't be bad. And then swap these around. And then focus on cold damage. I'm going to try to seal this at T2. That's what I'm actually going to hope for, I think. And then I can put spell damage on there, and that'll solve issues. Or cast speed. Whichever one I think will actually help more. Put that in there to save some space. That's fine like that. That goes like that. Alright. Do I want to end the lineage as soon as possible now? Because I feel like I'm good enough on... Do I want glyphs? I do want glyphs. I don't like that, but I will take glyphs. And that's better than whirlwinds, so... And with 200 stun chance, hopefully it's useful. Doesn't matter against lag. And by lag, I mean Lagon and lag, actually. Alright, so why does that show up on my loot filter? 16. Show me that. Show me 2. That's why. Alright. Most of that shit's gone now. We're good. I was like, I keep seeing this shit for no reason. I'm not even crushing it for resistances anymore. I don't need to keep seeing catapults on everything. Because it's not on my list. Unless that catapults thing has 2 different resistances that I want. But in terms of... Oh, I lost physical. How have I lost physical? Okay, so... Increased movement speed per 2 dexterity. So that's kind of pointless, because we're not scaling with dexterity, but oh well. Mine are better, but these are garbage. Critical strike multiplier is kind of nice. What do I want to check that? Boots. Mine have 8 to attunement. And they do 7 cold, so it's the same roll on there. I thought mine were an 8, but better frostbite. So I would end up doing cold damage and stuff. This is poison resist and 6% cooldown recovery. We lose a shitload of poison, which is fine, but we have 40%, which is also good enough. We go into this. We remove this point here. We change D to right mouse. Remove D. And put this as Elinovo. And this is Flame Ward. Alright, so that's good for that. We're going to put that on. That's trash, but we'll hold on to it because we could theoretically make it better. This goes to 9.1 instead of 8.6. Freeze rate multiplier. I can check cold penetration here. Right? Fucking right. Lightning, cold, damage, penetration. It doesn't tell me. But we have 95 increased cold, so we already had a hot, cold high anyways. Don't know how. Fucking where. Alright, so Avalanche increases cold damage with spells, and I do mostly cold. I would have the one fire spell, and this being the fire spell as well, which I need to change on Flame Ward. Remove the point. I don't really care about removing those, because we just need it to be fire. The rest of what's in it doesn't really matter. But now everything's cold damage, except this. And that's fine, because that's mainly there for ward, which is based off of intelligence stacking. So it's going to be weird. We need more physical, because it was at 75 for some reason. I think my belt probably had physical. And this one does not. So that does prove a problem. Could have been my ring. Not that ring. The one that I already crushed, so that doesn't matter either. That one. Okay, so snap freeze. Why did I think that was shit? It's because I just kind of wanted to use Flame Ward. And also because this wasn't doing damage. But it can do damage. But I don't think... Like, it already scales with spell. But the issue is, since it doesn't do damage, it's not technically taking your spell damage until you add that 5 spell damage. Then it adds all the spell damage that you add. Or does it not give it the ability to still scale with your actual spell damage? Like, that's been my main question for it. But doesn't matter. We have Ice Nova channeled. We have freeze rate out the ass on here. We don't have it on here. We have no freeze rate from this specifically, but we got spell damage. We could put freeze rate on this. Alright. Let's see. Freeze rate multiplier. Yeah. Let's do that. 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, that seems good. Just fucking crank that hog. Alright, so that's some good shit. And I'm hoping to seal the critical strike chance. That gives us more penetration, which is not calculated here. Observably so. I was going to say obviously, but it shouldn't be obvious. That should be like, what the fuck, guys? Why do you make me have to do it in my head? Where's my freeze rate multiplier total? They didn't even fucking put that in here? God damn it. 862. So I have 86% cold penetration, I think. So that's good. This gives me freeze rate multiplier, so that's good. It could be way better. Not way better. It could be way worse, for sure. So this is pretty good roll. Won't be trying to look for another one, probably. Immune to blind and chill. So we have chill out the ass on most of our shit. Ward, 106, 104. That's what's giving most of our poison resist, so that's fine. The attunement is welcome, because extra mana will be nice. I don't think it increases mana regen. Do I even have any mana regen? I don't have any mana regen on any of my items, so yeah. None of that shit. Alright. I want to fucking learn how to code a goddamn character sheet like this so that I can fucking make one that actually works and does this shit right. 390 total. This is good information to know. So here's what I want, and it's. I mean, I'm just being picky pretty much at this point. 86%. That's not bad. Current ward retention. Oh, that's just the way it works. Reduces the rate ward decay. The formula for ward decay is this. I don't care about that. I wanted to know how much ward retention is being got. This is giving me 86. Not really. Each point of intelligence grants 4%. So I have... That's weird. If it's 4%, it should be 4 times 42, which is 160. So what the fuck is this shit? Did they nerf that? Is this lying? Improves skills that rely on carefully studied magic. Which just means intelligence-based skills, right? Things with the intelligence tag. So... What the fuck, man? There's something wrong with this game. 1% dodge. Nice. Armor. Shit. Okay, so... We're gonna have to watch out for poison a little bit more. Stun chance out the ass. I can sell that now. It's not even half interesting. I just thought, cool, stun chance. But I don't need it. Although, it is necrotic. And 10 to intelligence. Alright, so the Lagan fight was not bad at all. And I have upgraded significantly now. I don't need that. We're keeping that because that's interesting, even though I can't summon a Gone rune for anything. Just need to start crushing shit now. Do I care about you? No. F. Let's hide something. Affix. Hide. Minion. Minion. Dodge rating. Yes. Or just, you know what? Fuck it. Just hide all the minion shit. I don't need any of that. Hide that shit hard. Bam. Alright, so anything with minion just gets dropped on the ground. That shit doesn't even need to be on the ground. Alright. That catapult shit is there for health and endurance? The fuck? Okay. We're fixing my loot filter now. Fuck it. Disgusting. 14. Oh, it's because you don't have 2. Okay, we're not fixing it. We're just making it more stringent, I guess. So set everything to 2. that can have. Those are still something else. These are one to 2. And then we can just hide magic items and rare items. And then go. Now we're good. Now I just don't have to see garbage all the time. So let's just drop a whole bunch of this. Put this away. Alright, so don't sort. Sort by hand. This, this, this. I know what stays where. This will thin out the herd. So keep that, this. That can go there. That there. That there. Those can go there. Alright, so that's all the good stuff out of that shit. Alright, do I want anything specifically? Yeah. Alright. Well, bag's empty. Nice. Give me my veteran boots back. Alright, let's go see how much damage we do to something now. We gotta talk to idiots. Sarethka. Oh yeah, right. You can't use the S. Alright, so then really what I want from gloves and a belt is 100% potion converted to ward. Yeah. So now I do want to focus on cold damage, but getting fire damage wouldn't hurt. But to increase the damage for this combo, I want specifically to get critical multiplier, I guess. Because I hope that that is going to crit every time I choose to use it, is essentially how I want to play. But yeah, its damage doesn't seem like it has been greatly increased or anything. Fire seems to do more. But I don't think it matters. I should go check if my laundry is done and swap it. That's rough. But the single target damage seems to have gone up when the combo hits. Alright, so when do I want on this? Both of these? No, I don't care about the less elemental damage taken. We'll take this, though. Yeah, just damage reduction. Good shit. Elemental damage might be good to get, because it will increase the fire and ice aspects equally, at least. So that could be good to put on if I'm able to seal something on the staff. I don't think it'll be anytime soon, because I don't see any glyphs of despair dropping any frequently enough, I guess. Yeah, the cooldown reduction loss was pretty devastating. But it's fine. Definitely does make it slower. Great lag. Great lag. Love to see it. Alright, what garbage do we got? Sunseal. Garbage. Elemental resist, though, on its maximum roll. The rest is trash. Super disappointed. Oh, freeze rate per stack of chill. What's that mean? Increases your chance to freeze for each stack of chill on the target, specifically. Multiplicative with other modifiers. That's not freeze rate multiplier, that's just freeze rate. So, does the freeze rate multiplier increase that? So if I have 867, that'd be 867% more of 27% being my now base freeze rate added. I don't know what my base freeze rate is. That, I think, depends on the skill. So let's look at this. Freeze rate of 40. So applied damage at 120% effectiveness. This does... Now I definitely do want to get to that. And then probably crit chance. I'm thinking of trying to do crit, but I don't know if it's going to work too well on this. 9% is going to be pretty good, though. So if that doesn't feel right, then we're going to scrap that. Okay, we'll immediately challenge this, because I just want to see what that thing does. Alright. Why does it just disappear sometimes? Health and elemental damage. We'll take it. Change is coming. Oh. Oh. For a portal charm. Okay. Huh. Weird. You can trigger the cutscene over there. Sure is something. Also triggered the cutscene. I didn't want it to. I was trying to not trigger the cutscene. But apparently, it's too much for your game. Damn, didn't even give it to me. T6, T6. No forge potential, so we'll chop that. I only have 7, so. I don't even need him, but. Fortunately, he was murdered by a bug. Really big bug. Alright, 5th point in this. And that'll be good. And then we want this. Okay, so this might be good. Dodge reading, god damn it, waste. Spell damage with runic invocation per 10 armor, dodge reading, or ward, whichever is the lowest. Fucking god damn it. Worthless. You're welcome in, Daneki. I have no idea. This game sucks ass. I hate it. But it's also good. So, I only play dumb shit builds. So, come to me for bad ideas, and I'll give you some. I'll give you some. But, I don't know, good builds usually start with play Sentinel and do anything Sentinel. Those are usually what most good builds are. Can't necessarily go wrong. Hard builds are rogue builds. Rogue is just rough. Falconer's the best one out of the three for rogue by miles because it pretty much just does every other subclass's job at the same time as being a pet build. So it's stupid. But melee's hard in this game. Hardcore. If you're not playing hardcore, go anything. You'll find out a good build eventually. Like, that's just how this game works. But if you're going hardcore and you keep dying, and it's because you don't think you found a build that's worth playable, like worth playing, then yeah, you might be right. No. You can play Primalist and or Acolyte. Primalist has Beastmaster. They also start with a pet as their main first skill. So you have Beastmaster, which has a whole bunch of pets. Acolyte has Necromancer that has a whole bunch of undead pets. Rogue has pets that's not the Falcon. So they have Falconry from Falconer, which is the main pet class for the subclasses. But you have minion build in crossbows and decoys. Those are both considered pets. This, I don't think there's any pets on mage. Like at all. Mignon. Yeah, so. Dominion, but that I don't even think that's a minion skill. Yeah, no, that one's not considered a minion skill, so. Frostwall does a lot of damage. Is it a good skill? Can I get it to do something useful? It can turn into all different types of damage types. Yeah, what's the other one? Forge Guard. Forge Guard from Sentinel Tree is technically the minions build for Sentinel. Their Forge Strike is the class-specific skill, and it has a chance to summon minion swords. I love minion builds. I absolutely hate that build because of it only being a % chance that it summons them. If it was like a traditional, you can summon it whenever you want, but they'll die quickly, I would be fine with that. That's not how it fucking works. So it pisses me off to no end because I have really shit luck. Potion to ward. I do want that. We'll upgrade this. I would say the Forge Guard minion build is one of the harder minion builds to try in the game. I don't know what it is in terms of like skill ceiling and damage wise, but I don't think it's even close to being on the board for the strongest minion build. Is probably what we're looking at. Yeah, now I'm thinking I'm doing enough damage. Now, if I could change that to cold damage, then I can focus on cold damage. Otherwise, the only upgrade I can get is something that does this, but with like T6 elemental damage added to it. All the stun chance, alright. I might go up to T7 stun chance. Because it's at T5. Let's do it. Alright, that's good. Nice. And necrotic resistance, which I need. But it's going to do so much less spell damage, sort of. But, yeah, I don't know. 16, 20, it's pretty different. It's going to be maybe a downgrade to use this thing when it shows up. Alright, so now I can finally get that area increased back up, because the 80% mark is really good. Yeah, that helps a lot. Fat. Alright, so what else can we get out of it? I want this next. The next 3 points are going to go to that. Ward on kill. I'd rather get ward on hit. Trade parts. Alright, so what do we got? Horns. I do need horns. Charge attack, uncommon affixes, glyphs. More glyphs would be nice. Alright, we'll farm this one for a little bit. I think it's giving me more feathers. I can just look at it in here. Petals. We're going petals. Good. Okay, it's giving me more petals, which is fine. I'm going to need at least 60 of those, pretty much. And then we'll get horns. I definitely need horns because I need to get a crystallized heart. What if I mean, spark charge is not necessarily bad. I'm not, as I said, in order to get a better staff, the staff has to do elemental damage bonus by like as much as it can, really. Stun chance would be nice, but that's really just a bonus. If I need to, I'll get stun chance through gloves, and I'll only have it at like 130%. I don't need it at 200 or 400, although that would be fun and nice, considering my damage is lacking either way. Okay, so 2 to Runic Invocation. We'll see all kinds of shit, actually. Once I get that, we'll do some math. Do I care about the $2,000? Fucking Fine. Hey, Glove of Despair. What was I doing? Complaining about those earlier? I need your crushing things. Melee cold damage, lightning blast. Ward when something leaves you at low health, and lightning damage. Trash. No, fuck. That's fine. I forgot, that gives me haste. Pretty much. What do I have, reputation-wise? How do I check reputation, though? Huh? Get 892, so I only have 8? It said 900 earlier. What the fuck is going on? Okay, so what's the thing that gives me potion shit? What the hell am I using? This, right? Cast speed, move speed. Yeah. Love the lag. Love it. It's supposed to be there. It's a feature, they say. Fucking bullshit. Interesting. It's not going to be better than my armor. Nothing really is, apparently. Shameful man using low life tech. Coward. Using ward at all. 29 out of 30. But I could buy a whole bunch of those. I need 20, which is 60. Or 40. So I would need 11 more. I don't want to have to walk all the way out, so I won't. You can get more damage reduction. Well, that's good to crush. Damn, didn't give it to me. Crush, crush. Nice. 2 Ice Barrage. Not that I'm going to be using Ice Barrage. Okay, so what exactly does this actually do? Word per second, nice. So, when you directly use a cold skill, you have a chance to gain around 20%, so it goes up to 100%. Does not stack, lasts 6 seconds. So I don't even need 100%, and if it doesn't increase with more points allocated, there's no point in adding more. There'll just be uptime and there will be downtime. Unless you were able to get it to refresh. The additional endurance threshold to attacks from individual enemies based on how many stacks of Ignite there are on that enemy. As an example, if there are 10 stacks of Ignite, you have 20 additional threshold against that enemy's attacks. That's stupid. They should really just make it you get more stacks of threshold per stack of Ignite around you. And if you have 300 stacks around you, then you get 600 endurance threshold. It would make dot builds that have low damage be exceedingly tanky, so it makes your dot build actually functional. Dot builds are supposed to be wars of attrition, not we can make the damage tick do 1,000,000 damage per tick as long as we can get enough of it slathered onto you in a single hit. Alright, so when you critically strike 5 times per second, that's stupid. Because it only gives you up to 10. that would be 50 ward per second, theoretically, topping out. Assuming you critically strike 100% of the time, all the time. For anything and everything you do, which I will not. The only things that will crit as frequently as they should, or as they can, are going to be Invocation and maybe channeling my fucking shit that actually does damage. Rune Word duration buff. So that goes to 85%, so not even 100%. So what is 85? 6 divided by 5, so it's pretty much just 11 seconds. Take off. Yeah, you take off 1 second. It'd be 1.2 seconds. So 4.8. So it'd be 10.8 seconds total when it's maxed out. And I have to devote more points to shit like that. So we're just going to devote more to this. More intelligence is good. And getting that 8 will still be useful. That'll make up for the fact that I won't be able to use the 6% on my boots. Maelstrom with freeze. Multiplier out the ass is kind of funny. I don't know if it's actually useful. It seems to be doing pretty decent damage. Actually, I don't know. That's not useful. Okay, poison resist, stun duration. Not bad. Freeze rate multiplier and lightning damage is useless. Healing effectiveness, bleed on hit. Alright, that's all pretty much useless. This is the only good one. Do I have a poison res? I can get rid of that. And throw that on there. There we go. So is this considered cold? Still considered cold, fire, and lightning. Oh, fuck. I think I always fall for that. That one. This. To here. This. To more of that. Mana Strike would be okay. Okay, that made a T6 Intelligence Ring. And Potion converted to Ward, not bad, but not great. Could be better. You made a T6 Void damage, which is a shame. And you got melee cold damage. And T6 stun chance. So, you aren't horrible. It's a shame that it's just melee damage. But 88 melee damage is not horrible. So. Why is that an invisible move? Unless I froze his ass. I froze his ass. That shit's all shooting directly upward. Alright, so let's see what this shit does. 1 spell damage per 10, whichever is lower. So my dodge rating will be higher. Is it per direct dodge rating? So 308. I get 35, which would leave me at 300 and something. Dodge rating would leave me at 104 because I get 2. So 104 plus 8, which is 112, which is 11. 11 straight spell damage. On a runic invocation, we have plus 2 to runic invocation, 16 spell damage per active rune, but that's just in general. So that's 48 spell damage. Mine does 65, and it does 5, so that'd be 53 spell damage overall on anything. Two more to Runic Invocation would end up getting me these. I don't want that. So I do still have to have those 2 points wasted into there to get this. This should connect to that too. That should have 2 connections. You have to dump 2 into here, or 2 into that, 1 into that, and that would be the same price. Yeah, no, like that should be a thing. You shouldn't have to force it to be movement or go into this. Because, yeah, that's cool, but I don't need it because it already refunds it 100%. It refunds 110%, I think, because of that, but I don't know if that's how it works. It does seem to gain mana every time I use it. Yeah, no, we didn't gain mana, so it just refunds 100% of it. That's it. We're lagging like a bitch. God damn it. All the time. So what else was I looking at? Putting it on doesn't remove anything from me. So I shouldn't put anything in. The issue is, okay, so my ward will always be high as fuck. So I won't ever be able to use that unless I'm able to get my dodge rating and my armor to be equal to my ward, which is not going to happen. I'm not going to get 3,000 and 3,000 of each, and then this one be the lowest at 3,200, and those ones be like 33 or higher. But that wouldn't matter because my ward fluctuates. But it would still be better than 100. So if I can get everything to 200, we'll feel better because that's raw 20 damage. But we'll see. This has the stun chance. It does not have the freeze multiplier, which means we'll have less cold penetration. Oh, it's cold penetration with frostbite. So frostbite doesn't fucking matter then. I thought that was just going to be raw cold penetration. That's what it should be. Okay, so Runic Invocation. This will make my Runic Invocation hammer be more hammery, I guess. It definitely does change my thing. Okay, so what's this do? Whenever you cast it, cast one of each type that you directly can cast. That you can cast directly? What's that mean? So I can only cast fire if I had fire on me? I don't know. Maybe. Alright, let's just put the points into it. See what it does. Then take the points out of it. Yeah, so I don't have Fire Nova, so it can't cast the fire one. And it only casts the one. Bigger area is bigger. Alright. Fuck, it's 8:24. Should I even sleep? I'm not tired anymore. I will have work. And I will be tired from that. I don't want to be tired during work. What am I doing today? Or tomorrow? Ugh. Shoot me. We'll deal with it. So I really don't know. I think the freeze rate multiplier is better because I like freezing things more. That was good. So we're going to go into here, respec, remove points. And we just lose 2 random points. And I hate it. You? That's fine. What else was lost? You? That's kind of fine too. We'll level it up and put one back into the... Actually, I don't even know if I need the duration one. Like, yeah, it doesn't work with this because I have 9.7 seconds, but I don't need its uptime to be at 100% anymore because I have to wait for the Wombo to make it be useful anyways. It would be more Wombo-y if I got it to work the other way around anyways, but it's not gonna work that way. Yeah, this is still doing better. missing. Quit jumping around, you freak. Oh, I've already been here. Dickhead. Look at your map. You can't see it, that's why. Your light's on. God damn it. Took me this long to fucking notice. It's 8 o'clock. God damn it. Oh, hey look, crit multiplier. Crit damage. Guaranteed crits. Fuck. None of those things that you said were the right thing, dumb fuck. I always forget where the fuck I'm supposed to go. It's over there. Probably not. Yeah, fuck. Is it that way? It's always that way. Nice. Okay, so I could use that better than the boost that I have, probably. That's right. I should try to use that to bonk things. Alright. Let's see how bonking things works. Not much better. Yeah, that 88 extra damage is not doing a goddamn thing. Ooh, sure. That sounds good. Exalted boots. I was just thinking about getting rid of those. Now that I found out it's only frostbite damage that gets the penetration. Bastards. That's why it wasn't showing up on my thing. Alright. D6, nice. Hello, Bollywood Sneak Witch. My Void Resist is shit still, so yeah. That'll be hard to watch out for. My pitiful vessel made it. The Chamber of Vessels. I don't know how I keep accidentally hitting that. Alright, so crit strike, or I have to work into 3 points into that. So we'll do crit strike first. See how well it works out. If it's not great, we'll fuck off from it and go into the other spot. One to all attributes. Arcane Ascendance. The fuck is that? I might as well go get that first. Damn, didn't T7 that. But T7 melee damage. So that could still be better. It does have necrotic resist, which I don't have. Dodge minion rating can go fuck itself. No rune of removal. Fuck me. Alright, so T6 on that, T4 on that. If I have 24% cooldown, this only has some damage, but not enough to matter. This gives me cooldown, so we're at 7.8. That's good. Damage, buff. Alright. I'll go do that. And then I'm just going to kind of go into monos with this, because I think it's good enough now. I don't know how well it'll deal with possessed shit, but we'll give it an attempt when we see some. That's not good. There we go. We got all our shit back. Yeah, at level is rough. So, above level is going to be hard too. Strength and elemental resist. We'll go to the next one because I think there's a portal or a waypoint there. Yeah, Crystal Cave has one. Oh, hey, look, a mysterious rift. Might as well. It feels like it has a longer cooldown, but it definitely does not. What's this cooldown? 3.8. Stop dropping them off into the fucking ether, dickhole. Dexterity. There's the 8. 7.3 still instead of 7.8, I think. So it is up. Yeah. It's only going to be like 7%, so soon 7% or 8%. It was already at 7 because I was at 42. Yeah, that doesn't actually matter. And the dog could end up grabbing it. Just well, no, that won't matter. I'm not gonna need that item. I don't remember if this one had a waypoint. Well, it's got one of them. Okay, ward on kill, meh. Boots that have pretty much shit. Cast speed. Pretty much nothing worth it. We'll just run through it fast, fuck it. The Mountain of Sight. Yeah, this one has one. Mysterious Rift, don't mind if I do, because I think this one's short. Oh yeah, this is just the Apophis fight. No, it's not. I don't know if this one's short. I don't remember. I've only been through here once, so... Attunement, shit. Alright, so that's enough of that then. Moving on. No. I do want to get to the guy. So I don't have to farm a thing. So we're going to get to the town at least. I should probably charge my phone. Oh, and do laundry. That's it. Okay. I'm staying up for laundry. Remember. So with this 7.3, I can knock it back down on this. Because 3 times 3 is 9, so I only need the 9 seconds uptime. Apophis, you snake bitch. Bollywood snake bitch for sure. My void res is shit, so this is gonna hurt. The Drow Hive. Confess. Alright. Still not in the town, so we're gonna go do laundry, and then I'm gonna go get to the town. There wasn't a high. Yeah, nothing. We'll just go to town, wherever the nearest town is. End of time. Good. Okay, so I'm back. We have dilemmas of no laundry, which is a shame. So I have to actually call off work because my washer broke. No, that was a DC screen. I DC'd in what's it called? End of time, and now I have to call off work. Fuck. Further up. There we go. That. Yeah, they don't need to know any more details. They'll ask if they care. That's it. Alright, so now back to this, I guess. Now that I don't have work, I don't have to worry about trying to go back to sleep. But, damn, it's going to be sad to not have 6 hours of work this week. Alright, so I was trying to finish up and go. Oh, might as well do this too. Turn things in. Turn this in. Alright. And then I'll go here, I guess. What can I do with one? Exalted Ring, Death of Rare Enemies. I'll take it. Death of Exiled Mage. Sure, I will definitely take that. I'll take that one. What are there? And that's just in dungeons. So I can go do a dungeon right now. I have Lightless Arbor keys, right? Yeah, let's go do a Lightless Arbor. Where is that? That's the Ruined. No, yes. Here. Right, so why can't that be picked up or seen? Damn it. We need this. Give me that. That could be useful. The Lightless Arbor. Alright. Bag dump a shame on this one. Dump, dump, dump. You 22% increased potion find, potion of health, potion slot, and 100% potion converted to ward. It's not bad. This just gives me some resistances, elemental damage over time. So that's a lot of potion. Ward, I guess. It goes up to 4k, and that's without even using other things to increase it more. Alright, I'm just gonna go use the restroom, because apparently my body is now stressed about the fact that I had to deal with my laundry not fucking functioning, and now calling off work. Or it's just a disturbingly loud fart, whichever. No, my stomach's still mad. Still a cramp. It's fine. We'll chill. We'll chill with it. Let it do what it wants. Let it be mad. What's the portal charm thing? Just going straight to a boss or something like that? Level 65? Yeah, we're just gonna do the level 20 shit, because we're a baby-ass bitch. Also, because it's lagging like a goddamn motherfucker. Like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? Is that a 4? It is a 4. Alright. 13% versus 17%. Increased fire damage. So we'll take that. But this, cold resistance, and armor. What don't I need? Cold resistance. Cold resistance and ward retention. We'll put on the ward retention that I just got. We can take off. We'll keep that. Keep this. Physical and physical is still necessary. Don't need the lightning resist. I'll take the ward retention back. Put on that ward retention. %. There we go. So I don't need that. Or that. Total for 30% just from idols. Let's take it. Now that would be good, but too bad I'm not a shitty rogue still. Also, 5 is mediocre. It could have been much better. I don't care which modifier it is. Do I still have that prophecy to deal with? No. And it dropped me the Exalted Ring, which I did or didn't pick up. Did pick up. It's throwing attack speed of all things. Alright. Right, I remember this gimmick. "13 Weaver's Will." Ah, nice. I've been wanting that. Okay, it's not necessarily going to be better than this, unless it had 16 to intelligence. But that would be fun. To just have 37 extra damage to spells every time I use a potion. That'd be my potion build that I wanted earlier. Dungeon floor. Oh, hey, nice. It just teleports me to one. That's cool. So you gotta destroy both things. That's interesting. I'm stuck. And a rune of removal. We'll take it. Chest that adds several idols. Just accept all. Fuck it. Splorch. Alright, so let's whittle this down. Show, item type, affixes, idols. Alright, so health, yes. Elemental resistance, I don't care about. We want physical, necrotic, void, poison. Stun chance is good. Crit strike chance is okay. Freeze multiplier, better than nothing. But not using it too much. Ward retention is great. Ward per second. I don't even think we have that. Increased stun duration. There we go. That's pretty much all we want. 2. Alright, so there's that. So now, small, minor, humble, stout. That's just for all those. Recolor to, let's go brownish, or just raw orange, I guess. I wish there was a brown. Like, what the fuck is everything missing colors for? Gray is fine. Alright, so that's right. Maybe it is better if I do it that way. It still doesn't make all of them go away though. Alright, so then we need a second one. Duplicate this. Go to here. Do that. You go to this. 2, 3, 4. You can be a number of things that I want, I think. So we'll go Mage Idols, General. Leave that, because that's the same stuff I do want, if it can drop on these, so that's fair to leave. We want the second one. Ward per second. Spell damage leached, damaged over time taken. Melee elemental. Cold with frostbite. Spell cold damage. Elemental or Nova area. Ward gained when damage leaves you at low health was useless. Spark charge and melee hit. Mana spent is ward. Cooldown recovery for surge. Ward per second. Area for elemental area. Ward gained consumed on ward. Mana and armor is useless. Alright. Elemental bees per 10 seconds. Increased fire damage. Cold. Lightning. All of them would be fine. That's fair. So, all of those are just shown. So now we just need to hide idols. Item type. Items. Update. Alright. Any idol that does not show up doesn't matter. Alright, this gray one can turn in, what is this? 2 types of items. What types? Armor, helm. Oh yeah, that's just things that I wanted to crush specifically for helms and shit. Orange. And this drops you at the corrupted lake. Interesting. Alright. Off to the bathroom. Take a short break. Don't care about that rift. I'll be back. Hopefully before it fucking boots me. Ha, funny. Still lost connection. Took too long to smoke. My bad. But since I don't have work now, I don't have to worry about going to bed. I said that last time, but I'm going to reiterate. And now that I don't have to worry about going to bed, my body's like, now you could just go to sleep. Because now I don't have to worry about waking up. And that is equally as more useful. And since it kicked me, I should quit, but I am a stubborn fuck. And I want to play this fucking game. I'm still trying to do this. So I need to get to the town. So we're gonna get our ass. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Nothing's wrong with that. Nothing at all. So I don't know if this is impressive damage or not. Because impressive damage to me is like doing 80,000 damage every 2 hits. Like that's impressive damage to me now. Yeah, this is subpar. Alright. So I'm not wrong in feeling like it's lacking. But there's a few things that can help fix it, because the way that I got 80,000 damage is by having an absurdly good itemization, especially for low level. But we're now an ice build. And the reason why was because I was misled by my inability to be literate and smart. But bright side is it doesn't affect the overall performance of it, even if I don't change back. But if I do change back, it does affect the overall performance of it. Because that would mean I need more points. Yeah, you can show me how it's done, because this almost feels good, but that's only because I'm comparing it to a rogue, and this has, but don't ignore that, but it is better than 0, but ignore that. I'm hoping that's going to be fixed eventually. Alright, damage combo. It failed because it didn't proc the button first. I guess I need to shoot that. There we go. Damage combo. Doesn't do much. Yeah, things... Either it's things at my level, or it's just bosses at my level are a problem. But it has room to grow, sort of. Yeah, I should probably not be getting hit. Because I can't remove dots. Don't worry. Yeah, I just need to not be getting hit as much as I was. At least I was paying attention. Because that's all I have to do on this character. Because it's safe enough for the most part until it's just not. And we'll find that out by the time we hit a possessed monster. And it also is safe enough, like, as long as you have mana for it. And if I'm not properly cycling, I'm not going to have mana for something, and it will kill me. Yeah, that's an insane dot. So, do I care? Kinda. I don't have space. Oh, I also did remove a whole bunch of stuff, but it didn't change my overall resistances for this enemy set. What I really needed was both of those. And probably, I already have enough fire resist, but they didn't have fire penetration or fire shred or anything, so I was just getting fucked by the slather. If that wasn't LP1, I would try to use it, but it's just LP1, and it's shit. This can have up to 10. 1, 10 is just weak. 2, fuck, that is shit. 2 to 10, like what the fuck? That should have a minimum of 5 and then go up to like 20. Like if they want it to be that shitty of a spread, it has to be at least that shitty. Because 10 is barely enough scaling to do anything for the one class that scales with dexterity. Unless you're playing fucking Falconer. But hey, yeah, that makes sense. They're putting it on Falconer gloves, so what am I complaining about? Yeah, nerf that one into the ground. Make it only have 2 dexterity. Might as well. 1 health gained per dexterity. Is that just like essentially raw leech from your pet attacking for you? Bleed duration, poison duration. Okay, that's kind of cool. I shouldn't be fucking looking at. Oh, there's more sources of that. Okay, interesting. That's kind of fucked up. Shouldn't be looking at things for a rogue, but here I am, caught thinking. Silent Coast. Damn, I forgot. We have to go through 2 long things to get to the fucking place. The town. Fuck. At least I called off for work. Poof. It's fine. It will be remembered by me. The only thing that knows what Oblivion looks like. You don't like that? Well, shit, man. I think it's fine. Like that's just Orpheus. You know, I thought it was fine. You're not even making me think twice. You're just making me double down now. Oh, hey, look. I don't have to walk through a whole too many things, actually. It's just this. This long walk. Alright, so I got this thing, and I was thinking, hey, damn, that might be cool. It kind of blows ass. Yo, welcome in, son. Oh, I need to turn off the light. Fuck. That would be so much better. God, I can see again. Okay, so 13 to dexterity. T6. Good roll. What kind of shit can I do? Crush this. Because it doesn't matter. It gave us all of it anyways. Crush this. So, I'm a low-life leech scum, I guess. I hate it. I immediately resorted to it as well. Because it dropped, and I was like, well, shit. And then it rolled with increased health, and I'm like, okay, I definitely do need increased health, so it's like, I'll use this armor as an interim till I find something good enough. And then it rolled more on it, and I was like, well, shit. Are we counting per, I don't know, per capita, I guess? Because ants, there's a lot of ants. And according to Bug's Life, you have, They have eyes, I think, and I'm pretty sure they do have eyes. I just don't remember how well they function, because I think they use their other senses way more than their eyes, since they're mostly underground. So, yeah, bacteria. So I was gonna say, if we go microscopic, then it goes way, way, way up to like what most people would consider as non-sentient life. So bacteria is, yeah, it is indeed alive, and it indeed does not have eyes. I did find some of those experimental gloves, and I was like, cool. So I put them on. It wasn't great because it was just an extra 5%. And I was like, okay, if some of those roll pretty well, we'll take them. But then I got these, and I was already just using gloves from experimental gloves that gave me freeze, multiplier, and cold resist, but instead it gave ward on kill, and I was like, I can give up ward on kills for 44 health and get like semi-equivalent freeze rate multiplier and cold resist out of it, so I didn't lose on the cold resistance. The dot damage is like meh. I'm not really dot damage oriented, but I don't know how much of my shit is doing dot damage. I found this. Yeah, so bees have been nice because it makes it easy for me to proc my ward ping pong ball. Because whenever the bees are there, I can cast it no matter what, and it will ricochet. I don't think it's. I don't know if it even has a maximum ricochet count. I've seen it bounce around a lot, and then I've seen it bounce around like 3 times, and then it stops bouncing. So I think it's random, and I think there is an upper limit to it, but I don't know if it's random per hit, or if it's like it's shot, and that one shot has randomly already said, we're going to bounce 3 times, and then we're done. I really don't know how it actually works. It works like reasonably fine against bosses. I've never really seen it bounce more than 5 times between me and a boss, being just the 2 things it can bounce between. But I have seen it go like 7 or 8 times between me and like other enemies, and I don't know if a bounce that kills something refreshes it, but then that would mean it would be able to bounce like 200 times between all of the enemies and me if it's just in a crowd of like small fry. Like, but it does do some area damage, so the enemy it's hitting, it's also killing a shitload of things around it. So it wouldn't be proccing it on those, I don't think. Mage is weird. That's all I've got to say. There's so many fucking moving parts on this that I just actually can't find out why it's doing damage. 11 seconds. I wonder if I can get that under 9. I would need a belt with T6. And that would get this to 6 something, I think. Is that leveled up yet? No. I've been fucking around with my points a lot on this character because I'm keep getting gear that's giving me points to this, points to that. And then I keep taking them out and it's ripping points from things that I don't want it to rip from. But then I level it back up, and then I find out that I don't need those points because with the more cooldown that I got from this, it covers for the gap in cooldown between this and the buff it does when I use it, which is this. So then I had to pull the point back out of this after I had just leveled up and put it in. So now I have to go back into this because that's more cooldown, and more cooldown's a better idea anyways. But I want to go into these. But then the issue now hinges on, do I have to try and find out how to focus on more damage? Because I can go more damage here. I could go with more damage here. Get more ward from this. It's per intelligence. Okay. Hold up. Maybe I could do some math. Because I do have enough intelligence, sort of. I've been stacking as much as I can kind of find in the skill tree. It's pretty sparse because they don't give very much, like 8 maximum, because most of them go to 8 at least for mage. So that's nice. What's my total? 46 currently. So that'd be 120, 138. Gotta go back to this. I hate having to switch back and forth between these two trees and screens. So it can go up to 6. So 138 times 2 is 276. When you cast an invocation. So that's... And this is why we go and we get this over here, wherever it is. Okay, so we are at $17.85, $17.84. Goes up to 2,500. So 2,500 from 1780. And it doesn't stay very long because I don't have great ward retention. But more intelligence can help fix the ward retention, which I still think is broken, because if this says it gives you 4% ward retention, then I should be at like 160 fucking percent. Bare minimum. But whatever. I digress. It's not even at 2 times, really. Or do I have a base ward retention and that only increases that by 4%? It is broken. Okay. So yeah, 92. And then I have 3% from something in here. That's accurate, because I do have indeed the 3%. I used to have 2, so that makes more sense on why it was 96. Yep. Fucking trash, dude. That's because they had to nerf it, though, right? Because 4% was broken. Because, case in point. Oh, so the 4% would be fine. It's just lying. Yeah. I was going to say, it doesn't feel like it's broken. I just feel like the math isn't right when you look at it. And yeah, the math is not right when you look at it, but the math works in the game. Because apparently you can make it wrong on paper and the code will still do what you meant it to do despite writing it wrong. I just can't believe it. Spaghetti. Spaghetti hurts my head. Alright, so this goes up to 2300, gives me ward retention. And this also gives me ward retention. So the whole combo is do this, this, and then that. And that gets me up to 3400 and it holds pretty well. So just having this is what I'm worried about, because now what's stacking, these two would stay the same. So the ward retention would help. This would be something different. Let's see, what can I do? I can add a lightning skill. That's not this. Okay. Okay, so we have that. Yeah. Alright, so we're at 1800 now. Because this gives ward per second. Which would mean I would be able to make more use of that, but that doesn't matter because I don't really care about the shock. I'm not doing electrical damage specifically. I do have a lot of widespread damage, and it's... I think that's probably what's nerfing the build. But also, I don't have any like specific damage boosts. So I don't have like, here's fire damage on your weapon, or here's elemental damage on your weapon, or anything. Like, I just have I had spell damage before. That's gone now. So I just have flat spell damage from this, and then critical strike chance for spells. But that's not doing enough to make it work out, which is why I'm having to pump a couple into this to see if it'll start working better. Also, it pulled area from that. Son of a bitch. Alright, so I need to put a point in that before I can put more points in this. Fuck. Alright. I need to notice this shit better. But whatever. So, I could pull points and put them in different places. This is still nice to have. I'll always have 3 different runes, and eventually my cooldown could get good enough that I can drop it 1 more level. It would be 2 seconds per rune, which is 6 seconds. So if I can get this under 6 seconds, or at 6 seconds even, yeah, it would have to be under 6 seconds. But still, if I can get it to 5.9 seconds, I can manage it. But I can still pump more points into this, because that would give me ward gain. And that would go up to 12. 12's not bad. This does damage? 1400, not bad. That crits for 2k. And it's not even... I mean, it looks like it... I don't know. I don't know if that's the spark charge exploding and critting for 2k, or if that's... It's both of them. Okay, so yeah, okay. It's doing decent damage. It's not quite lying. It's only critting for that amount if we were to average it out. 2K, 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 2K. Yeah, nothing below 2K. So it's averaging for above 2K if it's critting. 885 for no crit though. So it's real low damage. But the spark charge is better than the raw Nova and equal to the crit Nova, sort of. Slightly higher. Just a little bit above, but with lows of 1800. So it hasn't pulled any other points that are important. I still need to re-put the point into that. And then remind myself what I'm actually doing. So this does what? This is what I'm supposed to be doing. So it conjures 3 glyphs in a line, and they explode. Yeah, I don't need that. It's supposed to do damage, but it doesn't tell me how much. There's no way to get them to overlap, probably. Okay, what's this shit? Do I have to move? And that doesn't count. Okay, so you can zap it. Okay, this might be interesting. I might not need mana. Well, no, I'll need mana strike probably. But this might do a lot of damage. It did not hit anything. Yeah, I was just charging it and then it hit nothing. Alright. Zap. Okay, 4k damage. And it's got a cooldown of 3 seconds, and that's with how much I already have in terms of cooldown. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to look at its tree right now just to see. Charges gained when hit. Maximum charge stacks. Okay. Up to 3. Each enemy is inflicted with 1 stack of shock for 50 charges expended. So it can go up to 3 if you can get... That'd be 6 total if you can only get 100 at this point. I don't know if there's anything that increases the maximum stack count. Cooldown reset at maximum charges. So if you can charge faster than it cools down, then you're great. But I think what it should do is it would reset the charges to 100 when it cools down. So if you can get it to cool down faster than you can ever possibly charge it, then it would be more beneficial to do that. So if you can get it to like a 1 second cooldown and you can't run fast enough, that would be too OP. Oh, 200's... Okay, good, good, good. I was going to say, maximum... There it is. There it is, to the left. So, up to 100 extra. So, that would go to 12 shock. Does that have a maximum? Up to 10. So, you don't need 12. So, at 2 points, you can get 8 And that's short. But the more damage, the better. It doesn't matter either way. So really what you need to do is be able to charge it fast enough to shoot twice. So really there would be no point in having its cooldown faster than you can charge to its maximum, right? Is essentially what you want to do. Oh, wait. Enemies you hit are shocked. So it automatically just adds extra shock if you have above 80. Okay, so you can get 8 to 9 without a problem, and that's easy, and that's fine. Enemies that hit you. Well, it still kind of runs the same thing. You can still use that to make it so that you only put 2 points into that when you have the maximum amount of stacks. Because if you're already trying to charge it anyways and like run around, yeah. I already have a tab open waiting because I'm a degenerate. Charge and melee hit. Oh damn, it's a melee thing. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Discharge has a higher range, more charges you have. Okay. I don't know if that's good or bad. It does seem like it's a pretty short range. If you have at least 80, it's doubled. So that goes up to 30 damage total. That's pretty good. Base crit, you can make it a crit idea. That's a great one. Discharge hits an additional enemy for every 50. Okay. So it hit 4 more enemies. If you're... How many does it chain to already? Up to 5. So it would go up to 9. Yeah, no, this thing's wild. Alright. If this can actually math out, I don't think I can do the math for it because there's too many pieces. Because doing the rune one, we're at base 1800 here. And I have to find orientation for these that's useful. So we toss that, we toss this. So what's this one do? Conjures an antipode. And that shoots bolts that are shit. How bad are you? 1000 damage on a crit? You don't even shoot fast, and I won't be able to do many of you quickly either. So no. Not that. Alright, so you... Elemental Tide. Aren't you the flashbang? Yeah, you're the flashbang. Big trash clearer. No reason. Doesn't even tell me how much damage. Does increase with area. Added spell damage. Applies to each explosion. Yeah, it's just massive splash damage. Bad. Bad. Don't want that. Alright, we want this here. That there. Grand Prism Nova. Alright, so... Sploosh. That's really all it does. Yeah, this would be very bad to use on the build right now. But let's try something. We just do that and we zap. It didn't do much. It didn't even crit. Yeah. This is like me rubbing a balloon on my feet for 3 minutes and then trying to zap something really hard. That's really all this is. I think that did 11,000. That's not bad, but I have to run around like a chicken for a while, so we don't need the Grand Prism Nova. We want this. Let's swap that. And then do this Alright. And that explodes. Let's see how big that does. 19,000 damage. Alright, that's kind of cool. But then I have to imagine how much it's doing if this was on. So it would give me 276 on one cast. If I can get that to an under 6-second cooldown, that would be every 5 point whatever seconds. So it would be just as frequent or infrequent as the other type of Ward 1, the Ward Ping Pong Ball. So if it's the same, alright, trying to get the audio bells so I can hear things. Put this here. Do that. Is this running? No. Put that on. I'm pretty sure I saved it. Yeah, no, it was closed, so let's save. Play. Yeah, I just didn't get back on it immediately. Alright, put this over here. Put this down. This. Alright, so what do I need to do for this? I would have been 219, so I'd be at 2k. That'd peak 2k. Maybe. So that's pretty weak in terms of war. On if it's the same interval as the other one, that one's to show up. But well, okay, the other issue is I can't cast all 3 Novas because I'm cutting one off from being cast as electric because I'm using that to channel, and I would have to respec into the fire in order to use the fire one, which is what I found out when I was trying to use the ice fire. It only shot one ice nova. So one extra nova week doesn't matter. We don't need that. But if it was doing all three novas, maybe I'd be more inclined. But doing this would go 8% to 24% damage total if I was using all three in order to use this. So this would do more damage, but well, the antipode, this is the one that does the damage. So this would be doing this much damage. We get the antipode set up. We'd ward, we'd do this. We antipode, and we zap 19k damage. Yeah, so this is the thing that would do it, but it would not be generating ward frequently and efficiently enough until I could get this to generate ward. But if I want to do it that way, more crit is being useful because this is kind of critting frequently. Like that's not bad. But they don't have crit avoidance or anything. They're just dummies. So alright, so things I need to check with static. I'm not planning on actually using it because I'm not doing a lightning build unless I had a staff that did like 200% lightning damage. We would take that and try to run with it. But what do I want to look? Stack. Charge. Okay, so charges gained on crit. Oh. You gain charges for each enemy you critically strike if you have discharged in the last 3 seconds. Critical multiplier over 100 charges. What about critical strike chance over 100 charges? Range, limited arc. So, bigger lightning channel, I guess. Decay while standing. Okay, so it does give you the chance to double. And then 28%. So is this doubling that too? So you'd have 128. It would go to 256. I think is the way it would do it. You could use melee to make it faster, but I don't have a melee right now. Increased stun chance per point. Discharge now has a chance to stun enemies with a higher chance based on the number of charges. Per charge per point. Okay, so up to 200 charges goes up to 10%. It's 200. Wait. That can't be. That's 2,000%. No. That math sounds wrong. I sound like a fool. There's no way. Alright, math. 5 times 2 is 10. 10 times 200 is 2,000. No, that's correct. So if you just put 1 point in, it'd be 400% by the 200 mark. Alright, this is a fascinating idea, but I'm not going to do it. Not for a little while. Discharge grants more proportional to your charges. Okay, so 50. It goes up to 1, so you could get 200 ward with 4-second cooldown, so 7 seconds. That does make it long enough so that I would be able to charge up. Okay, so now there's some weird, crazy shit you could do with this. Alright, that's an idea for if I get something that does actually have lightning, like large lightning damage. If I can manage that, then we might work it in there. But for now, we're going to go back to what we're supposed to be on. Where's it at? Speaking of, fire goes here. Mana strike, that's it. So, Frostguard. Yeah, so he was right about this. 3 per intelligence. This is the ward one. Ward granted for every 0.4 seconds. 20 plus 1 per intelligence. So I have 46. So it does give a lot. It does not go up to 2500 though, but it does hold well. Smash it this way. Do this. You just charge. Just 6k damage? Okay, so this is not a bad idea either. Because this makes it so I can just have to focus on cold damage directly, because that does cold damage. Alright. When the shield expires, it deals a burst of cold damage to enemies around you. This burst has a freeze rate of 100 and adds spell damage applied at 250% effectiveness. But but what does it do? So the issue is like, let's set this back up. Alright, so now what did I just remove? Brain dead motherfucker. What did I do? What was I thinking of? I removed this. Okay, so we need to change this to this and do this. And then just smack it. This. Oh, gotta read this one. So this one tells me it's damaged, sort of. 30 and 1.5 per intelligence. So it does about half the damage, but it hits multiple times. It doesn't take as long to hit because I have to have it as uptime essentially. So maybe this is actually better. You get your mana back. And you use this. Yeah, this is better. It averages a larger ward while it's going. And I can focus on just cold damage now. So let's fix all this and set it to cold damage. What is my damage type that's the highest? It was cold damage. Alright. Focusing on cold damage then. Alright, scepters. We can give that up. I don't care about this. We're looking for this. Two-handed stabs. We want spell damage, yes. Melee damage does not matter at this point. So, mana regen couldn't hurt. Spell damage and extra mana. The one that I have can also work, but this one has better damage, so might as well take it. And also might as well take that, but that's 85, so it'll be a little while before I see it. This has more damage. And sure, increased spell cost can be way better. Don't think I need that, but it is up to 104. Anything that's good can be better. That's literally what I boiled this game down to. It's fucking atrocious. Okay, so cold damage. Specifically, damage type. Cold. We still do electrical, so elemental is still fine, but I'm not going to focus on lightning damage because all the other cold skills will happen just as frequently because they're what's proccing the lightning damage in the first place. So the cold damage is more important. We don't really need critical strike chance, but critical strike multiplier will be nice. Stun chance is also nice. Because now mine has stun chance, so it's not really worth getting rid of. Spell, critical strike. We don't really need the cast speed, and I could warrant getting that. Melee, none. Don't need any of it. Okay, so confirm all that. Mana to ward. There we go. So let's start capitalizing those because those are going to matter. This is a relic. Damage type, cold. The thing that I thought I wasn't going with. Critical strike multiplier. Crit strike chance can be still there because I don't really have anything else to put on it. Except something from the mage tree one. What can we have on the relics? Black hole, disintegrate, flame ward. Maybe worth it? I don't know what else it comes with, if it comes with anything. Frostwall, maybe. I'll look for that too. Because Frostwall looks like it does a lot of damage. But that's mostly dot. But that's just fun. So we'll have those. Mage, all class. Don't care though about those particularly. We'll capitalize this. We'll change this too. We're going to turn it back on as well. Melee and spell. So this is kind of the one we're going to want because we're doing cold. But that would work too. This we don't care about. That would be okay, and since that's just the highest damage, it would be fine. Because it's moldable, maybe. We'll see. But that is good to look for. Go to this. We want melee, none. So we're not doing melee with it. It's there for the spell damage. And the fact that we can use a caster offhand. Cast speed. Yes, we'll need spell, critical strike, spell damage. Yes and yes. So that still stays. Won't use that. Will take that, but I don't know what else would I take if I chose something. Cold damage. Elemental damage. Nothing mage related. Because they don't do that for weapons. Alright, so this can still do that. And then turn that on. We're going to change it to a different color. And it's going to be blue, dark blue specifically. And then we're going to put it up here. Yeah, put this up here, put this up here, put this up here. Change this one. Damage type. Critical strike chance. We can actually stay on these. That's fair. We'll also have to fix the resistances for these ones because they have resistances. Things that I'm missing. I don't need elemental on these. What do I have on mine? Dog shit. I can't even change mine because I'm using it for the skills. So my resistances aren't even relying on that. Fuck. Funny. Shit. This. It's like, what the fuck was I doing? Let's fix that again. That. Update. Void, necrotic. We need both of those. We need physical still, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Spell. Critical strike chance? No. Spell damage? Can still have on that. That's fair. Ward, that still has to be on there. That's what I'm looking for. Nose. Hide shield. Hide bow. Don't care about seeing all of it. Alright, so do these matter? These are the only two things that I thought we would want out of the mage tree that's on Relic. Snap freeze, we don't need. And Flame Ward's already on the other one, so now we can get rid of this. Get rid of this rule. Boop. You. Let's see what I was imagining before. So, damage dealt to mana before health. Half an idea, but not looking for it. Lightning strike multiplier, not doing that. Spell damage while channeling, good, will take. Melee elemental damage won't matter. Kind of an idea still. Runic Invocation is good, so that's still what we're looking for, that's fine. This. You have damage dealt before mana, sure. This. Spell damage while channeling, yep. Melee elemental damage gone. That and that. Yeah, sure. Flame Ward, charge added, ward. Yeah, that seems good. This. All affixes. Mage. I don't care about looking at it right now. Damage type. Elemental, cold. Both of those. Elemental damage over time, doesn't matter. Critical strike chance, I don't care about too much. Critical strike multiplier, I do. Stun chance, sure. That, sure. Nah, nah. Because that can't go on my stats, I don't think. This. What is this one? Arm on helms. Things that I want from both of them to just drop so I can crush. These are still correct, yes. Elemental, don't need. Necrotic, poison, void, need those. Physical, need that. Yep, that's correct. You are other three items. Resistances. Cold, fire, lightning, elemental. It's 12 blocks, shut up. Sucks, I should have still gone to work, but I Can't do laundry. It's fucking dumbest reason ever. Spell, cast speed, we can still look for. Because that can still be on gloves, and we can still use gloves. A good pair of gloves with cast speed and stuff. Alright. I think that's good. So that covers pretty much everything. Alright, so now we can start dropping shit. Yeah, just start dropping all the shit, seeing if it pops up. So, do we need any of those? Do we need any of these? Physical resist. And healing effectiveness. I do need Physres. I'm willing to get rid of that for it. That I don't need. That I'll take. Where's the physical resist? Physical resist. I do want ward retention. This. That gives me slightly more, which is still not enough to max it out, which is sad. So that we put there, this. That. Okay, so pick up everything that is on the ground. And pick up these things, because I still do want them. And then I do also want the sash the last tournament. And then the rest is indeed just trash then. You, Spark Charger and melee hit. Elemental resist ward when hit. And I don't need the elemental resist, so that's why we're getting rid of that. So put this away, put these away. Do this way because all of these I want to keep. Whether because I just went through it and it was part of the loot filter, or I picked it back up because I want it for seeing if I can re-roll a tier 6 something into something better. So this is to go through my already current loot and see if any of them don't fall under the loot filter. Alright, so this is all the garbage that fits. Drop these. Those are both good. So, this pile of shit. So you, I don't really care about, even if I could change it to something. Do I want to crush any of this? Take that for the health. Do that for resistances, health, and increased health. That for fire resist, that doesn't matter. Stun chance. Stun chance. Stun chance on blows. Physical resist. Health. Dodge or even call resist. Yeah, none of that matters. Critical strike multiplier. Interesting thing. Plus 14 intelligence is also nice. Yeah, the rest is trash. Alright, cool. So we take all this. We got a U, and we sell all of our shit. And then we can go here, and then we can look at our shit and put all the rest of the shit together. So look at all of these first. This is essentially a glorified loot stream now, currently. Just looking at all this shit and trying to figure out where this build is going. Alright, so we're going to look at all this shit first. Ward decay threshold. Yes, I want to keep that either to crush or figure out how to make use of it. Critical strike multiplier, crush. You want to make use of that. It's got 11 intelligence. This is a mediocre roll, so we are going to crush it. That is trash, so we can trash it. Critical strike chance. Alright, so crush you, crush you. You have mediocre roll. Void resist is nice. Ward decay threshold is nice. Both are things I need. I can't get rid of my two skills, I don't think. Because that would just suck. Oh, fuck. So, I think the best option is to just crush it. It's not a great base. If it was better, I might keep it. But 24 potential, and it's rough, yeah. So this is the only one that's good to keep. I think this is crush. And crush. Okay, so then big things. So, you. What other big things? All of these. Let's just see all of them. And that can go in the corner. Because I know what you are. So, most of those are crush. I know that. Crush this. Crush you. Keeping that. Crushing this. 15 ward. Or 15 intelligence. What's the highest? 15. Okay. So 15 intelligence. Flat ward per second. Increased elemental damage. Good roll. We'll take both of those. That, and that, and that. This. This down here. This is... doesn't matter. Crush. Crush. You do have elemental damage. So that's still fine. So, ward, invocation, I don't think matters too much. That has a T6 that I want to try to manipulate because it's already got freeze rate multiplier, and I don't need 236, and I definitely don't need the extra cold resist. I can afford to lose some of that. The freeze rate multiplier, I think, on the other hand, is nice to keep, but there's only so much I can do. And I'm going to rely mostly on this being the thing that gives me freeze rate multiplier. That is just crushable. This is crushable. That is crushable. This is also crushable. Cold and lightning resist, interesting. Dexterity, manipulatable, manipulatable, and manipulatable. All of those are things that I just want to see if I can get it to be something better. This already has pretty good because it's cooldown recovery. But if I can get one of these, particularly this one first, with intelligence, then I'll just level that up and then try to find a belt with some cooldown recovery. Because even, this is T6, right? Yeah, so lowest T6, if I get the highest T5, we're off by 2%. Cool, great. Wouldn't be that bad. But if the worst it gets is it doesn't get far enough to even make it to T5 after I get intelligence. So we'll see. That's why we want to run them through the dryer, essentially. Launder them a couple of times, see if we can get what we want. This increased spell damage goes up to 34. Dog shit. Dog shit base item. Cool. Yeah, so that's trash. I don't care about that. Alright, so yeah, this... I really don't know what I would get on it. Health would be nice, actually. Wouldn't be a bad idea. That is fine. I can get rid of most of these, because these... I don't need the cold resists, and the move speed is mediocre. And the extra move speed on it also doesn't matter. So I will just crush those. For you, move speed, nothing else really matters on you. And you also are shit. But you have cooldown recovery speed for evade. And shitloads of move speed. So yeah, I don't really care. So we're keeping that, keeping this. That's 3 to meteor, but that doesn't matter because it's not the 4 to meteor. That's a T6, which doesn't matter, we can crush. Mana strike and ward per second. That's kind of interesting. So keep that. Keep that. T6 to try and manipulate, I hope. Trash. Keep that. Manipulate these. So let's separate this. These. I just want to see what that does when I do try to manipulate it. This is interesting. It's just T6 though. This one's the T7. So this one I don't. Well, we can't do anything about that. Okay. Yeah. No money. Alright, so what do we got left over? We don't need this because it's kind of just shitty. I was hoping it would be good, but it's not. Okay, so this is a. It's actually not a great role for something else either, but the idea of making this staff viable is very tantalizing. Something that sells for money, that sells for money. Medium critical strike multiplier, raw intelligence. We'll trash it. We'll trash that too. No, not put it on, idiot. Sell, 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 so I can buy it. And then crush those. And crush that. And that is something I want to work on. Don't know where it would go though. Like, if I can get the fire resist to be ward, or I can lock in the physical resist with this. But I wanted to seal something on this first. And it didn't use anything. It has an equal chance on either one of them. So 62, 62. Shit. Alright, well, we're going to use it on this then. Because this could work over something else. But I don't want... It doesn't really matter how much, actually. So 61. Damn it. Okay. That's fine. We'll hold on to that. And our Glyph of Despair. Alright, so... up to 20 and 114. So they're off by about 10 from max. What can I do with you? I can increase your physical resist, and I can change things. Do I need more cast speed? Or do I need to get rid of this? Fuck. Well, that's fine. No, it's not, because now I don't have enough fire resist. Which I can give to that. We'll take that. Give one to that. Oh yeah, I'm trying to root of removal something on here, but it might remove that, which I don't want. I'll have to wait for something better enough to warrant putting on, which were those boots that I was looking at. If those roll intelligence, they'll be usable. So that and that can go there, this can go there. So minion dodgers, such shit, man. Alright, so I can't even perform surgery on anything else, man. This, stun avoidance. T5, fuck. Throwing attack speed can be something else. Void damage could also be something else. Alright, well, that's as good as that gets. Okay, we are now doing better, for sure. Now I just have to remember how to play the build that I'm going to be playing. Yeah, I think it will work better. Because it will have a higher average ward uptime, too. Alright, so, what the fuck am I doing now? I got to the village. Yo, welcome in, Vic. Grinding and called off work because I can't do laundry because the fucking washing machine broke. Alright, so onward to Monos. We're done with the story. Fuck that. Boring. Time to really go die. They just don't really care. They just want you to inform them that you're not going in within a reasonable amount of time. And if it's like too late, then yeah, I guess they kind of want an idea why. But in the previous district I was in, they essentially just said you are unexcused no matter what either way, so it didn't matter. And they weren't firing people for unexcused absences. They were just getting mad that people weren't calling out properly and setting it through the right channel, which is via email. But that was the other district. This one, they seem to not have any problems with anyone like almost any time. And most of them always are just bitching and joking about, I'm just going to call in sick or not come in or do whatever. Because they all know that most of them are just like, yeah, no, that's whatever. It's weird. It's a really weird environment. Half of them are trying to get fired, but nobody wants to fire them because why would they? Yeah, no, it's really weird. 1 week of vacation left. Let's go. Also, my condolences. Nice. I'll take that. Does this scale with area? It sure does. Alright, that's good. Alright, so this is where we could put some points in. So I don't need that at 100%. This is at 8 where it needs to be, but I can get it to 10 for the extra 2 intelligence, which would give me 8%. So that would be the next threshold usage. So that's not bad. I need to still get to 60 ward, 60 intelligence, and that's going to be hard. More spell damage would be nice, probably. When you directly use 3 skills in a row, that costs 0, which is going to be nothing. Unless Mana Strike costs 0. That could count. I don't know if it's 3 different skills. But they don't have to hit anything either. It's just use it 3 times. So it would give you free 45 ward every once in a while. But it takes 5 points, so not really worth it. I don't need the extra cast speed. So what do I want? Is the 40% enough? It doesn't make the uptime better because you have to wait for it to go away and then you get it again, I think. It doesn't refresh. Interesting. Increased health regen and mana regen. At 6, I'd get 12, which would be 24% if I had 50. Which I'd be 2 off of when I get that. Intelligence, specifically. And that's per catalyst, and I don't have a catalyst, so that won't matter. And that's the only thing intelligence is in there. This has early intelligence. Increased critical strike chance per intelligence. That's fucked. Okay, so I should be putting points into that. Alright, that's good. So I will put points into that because getting that or getting the other thing in this tree wouldn't matter either way because it's just one extra point and or two extra points either way that will get me this threshold. It does not matter where from. So we need that to get to 5 early or as soon as we can now. This could afford to lose 8 points theoretically, which I can lose them from this. Yeah, I could lose 8 points from that theoretically. But I won't have to lose 8 points. Just 4. Okay, we're gonna rework this a little bit when we get here to a stopping point. So at this point, I should only pick up things that are capitalized if I really want to be picking things up. Like, those are the things that I have to pick up. Everything else is crushable or trash. Nice. It just goes right through the wall. Sure. Alright. I slurped. I'll fix the fact that it doesn't have sound again. It's because I have to mute things every once in a while. And since we're currently sort of safe, we'll unmute. Also, this needs to go away. Hide that. Hide this. Hide that. There we go. And then, there we go.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
There we go. See, the reason why I like the other one is it tracks enemies. And it doesn't just have to rely on explosion near me. I'm not able to always get very close all the time. Alright, we're gonna farm this for a while, since we can open portals now. Crush most of this, crush that, keep that. And those have ward decay threshold, so that might be worth also trying to fuck about with. That crushed. Put this down here. Keep that on me because that might turn out to be better. If I can seal one of them. Can we seal hybrid health at T4? No. That's fine. I don't know how much it used, but whatever. Oh, hey look, one of those immediately. We're going this way though.
You're gigantically excited. Like nobody is.
That's right, I forgot. Hopefully nothing's... Oh, it's an ambush. Okay, that's fine. We need to do this. There we go. Okay, garbage. Yeah, garbage. You, garbage. And only 13 to Weaver's Will, so garbage and garbage. It's all trash. Good. Stuff, stuff, stuff. Freeze rate per stack of chill. Interesting. T6, not bad. Another dexterity one. Elemental resist, which I don't need. And that's T6, a low one, but T6 nonetheless. Alright, we're gonna change it back. At least all I have to do is change the order of the things. This, this. And then order this. There we go. Yeah, see, it's just way easier to control. We'll still focus on cold damage over everything else. So my loot filter change wasn't a horrible idea either. Oh, that's a shame. It does hide all that because it doesn't show the legendaries. That's fine. I don't have to worry about shitty legendaries then. We'll come back here after the ambush is done. Spell damage, nice. You have been ambushed. Yeah, extra health. That's a pain in my ass. Interesting. 169% chance. Beth is trying to send me on sad missions. Fuck this thing. Get out of that corner, you bastard. Alright, so yeah, this is the end of the lineage for that. Okay, if this one rolls 2 to attribute, not 2 to attribute, 2 to skills and 14 resistances, or even 13. Anything above 12. 12 and above will count, and higher attributes will take it. I don't care about the moves, but that doesn't matter. T6. Okay, so stun chance, spell damage, 140%. Spell lightning, I'm not doing fucking lightning damage. Why's it gotta be you, huh? Why shit base? And void pen. You're just crushable. Yeah, that one can just get crushed too. That can get crushed. And that's interesting. Not interesting as in I'm gonna try to use it. Interesting as in I wanna steal just that one thing. And we got all of what I needed. That can go in here. 100% increased damage over time is trash. Alright. More runes. More runes. I'll come back to it, I guess. The gate's not too far away. Alright, so that's showing up because of what? 14. I mean, yeah, it has health and a resistance, so that makes sense. Necrotic, poison, void, poison. Yeah, that makes sense. We might as well take it, because also interesting, critical strike multiplier, just base armor. What's that do? Cleanse ailments and big ward. T6. Fizz Rose cooldown recovery speed. Not bad. Not bad. Fizz Raz is nice. I'd lose my necrotic, which I would need to add to it. But 9% is good enough to cover what I would lose if I use boots that get intelligence. Just a nice little bit of lag. Quit jumping around like a freak. He didn't drop me boots. Oh, he did. So, if I drag this down, this is what I need to do. 9. Huh, that gets put above everything. Interesting. Alright, that's fine. 29 out of 32, 11 out of 14. Oh, right, that's the poison one. I was like, what's that? Trash. Yeah, trash. I don't know if that would be good, honestly. Increased health 16%. Nice. Would probably be better than 82 health. This holy stretch. It does not necessarily help me. It does give me a shitload of cold res. Enough to warrant not wanting to get other cold res taken off. This gives more ward per second. Health, I can change the dexterity. And dodge rating. Lightning resist. Ward per second. And it's done. Alright. Close-ish enough. Was there a rift? Yes. The point in that will matter more. Alright, so what do I have? I need a crystal heart. Which is 20 hearts. I have 10 hearts. We're on our way. Yeah, and that time he didn't drop anything. So now it's time to get rid of it. Which is a shame. One to all skills. Shit. Literal garbage. How many of these do I need? 29? So I can get basically 5 of these, which is 2 of these, which is 1 more of those. Which still leaves me 7 short. So yeah, we'll wait for the next one. Maybe get horns first if we're lucky. That's just straight spell damage. So not bad, but not useful. Critical strike multiplier is nice. But it's not much. Cold penetration. Alright. That is kind of what we want. Weird. That's only T3, but better than T0. So that's good enough to use. It would be an overall damage increase, I think, if it weren't for the lack of skills that I can't use now. Okay, do I try this? 35% crit strike avoidance, 15% health. Sure, let's give it a shot. Yeah, let's give it a shot. It's looking hairy already before this, so we'll see how bad it looks when everything has the ability to just fuck me. Oh, cool. Fuck you, game. Maybe I should just be done. I mean, it has been on for over 8 hours, so. Maybe I'm not done. Maybe I just restart, take a break, go smoke another bowl. Fuck it. It's 1 hour in the morning. I should go to bed. I slept like 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. And I woke up and did shit, thinking that I'd just be going right back home and going to sleep. But I did not. Alright, let's open the game. Alright, catch you later, Vic. Have a good exercise. Yeah, I might play a little bit longer. As long as it doesn't fuck everything up on its own. Alright, let's see how it goes. Oh, we lag out again. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I don't have the necrotic resist I would want for this shit, but we're giving it a shot. Spell chance. Of course, it picks this asshole. The amount of health you have is ridiculous. Alright, so point this. Trash. Garbage. Ouch. What's the dot duration for that shit? This is perfect. Let's go. We need this buff to help us be slightly more ignorant and make us not fear what we should be fearing. Oh yes, these are going to be different. I need to do that. And my buff's already gone, so I don't have to worry about it. I'll go in here and kill whatever. Alright, so fuck all that. I need to make a warrior idol list for these. Ward, idol, whatever. Alright, this one is going to be item type, idol. Graphics count. Weaver. Alright, we'll take resistances. We don't need that, we need necrotic. Ward decay threshold on potion use, sure. Necrotic resist, sure. Physical resist, void resist. And then we have health, weaver idols. Health and mana is better. Health and added health would be good. What else? What else is in Weaver? Ward. Ward when you freeze an enemy, sure. Ward per second, ward retention, yes. Both of those. Confirm. What else? Well, we got the resistances mostly. And that's really all we want. Health, ward, armor, don't care about that. Mana, regen. Ward retention, yeah, really that's all we want. Alright, so elemental resist, lightning resist. Neither of them are useful. Good. Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. That's good. That's good. Alright. A resist that we need. And it's got some stun chance. Not a lot. I can take away the 5 physical here. Put that there. This was a 4 slot. Alright, so can I make that work better. We need the physical. And the physical. We don't need this. That works better. Don't need the extra area. This will cover for that. And if I can get a better one, that'll cover for it too. This gives 4, which is good. 12 is the shittiest ward retention, but it's better than nothing. Alright, and then we can weave some echoes. What did we get? Any good ones? We got Pillar of Skulls, which is fucked. Great loot for a rogue, great mage. That we could do. Nice. And then Seeker Summit. I don't know if I could take that on, but it shouldn't be terrible. Antipode Rift. Forgotten one we can do, I think. Oh. I think that's the wrong thing. Yeah, I think that's the wrong thing. Can we redo that? Can we undo that? Can we undo that? Fuck. We'll just do this one for now. False Temple is the one that I was expecting and thinking of. Not this. Although that is not like horrifically hard or difficult or terrifying as far as I remember. So ward decay threshold could be 60, so that's shit. Tier 4, only +1 to charge. But what would... Does casting it multiple times stack itself? Or is that just for the ward boost? Because it would be nice if it stacked on itself. It essentially would turn into Retaliation Fire Aura. That'd be insane. Increased spell crit. What? Crit what? Crit damage? Crit multiplier? Crit. Crit. The fuck? Tier 5 is the highest. That would be 158. Alright, we got a Weaver Tree point. Alright, I'll take that. Close and confirm. And go. Yeah, fuck it. Let's give this one a shot. It is elemental experience books. Ooh. T7? T6. Oh, it's armor, that's why. I was like, why so high? Armor can get pretty high. Hmm. What did I want out of this? More area, mana gain. Just more of that, I guess. Yeah. This, we got that down, which means it's at 6.9, which is good. And we're just focusing on damage after that. Up to 8. Oh, 12. It's going by 2 threes. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Should have done math. More meteor. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, Ascendants. Can I get some Glyphs of Envy or something? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, you still need that now. You can take that for the ward retention, more damage reduction. Spell damage would be nice over elemental or cold, if I can manage that on a staff with decently high spell damage on it. Uh-huh. Ward per second, increased armor, spell damage, flame ward, ward retention. No, that's good. Okay. Worth it. Feels nice to play now. Bosses and champions are still a problem. Possessed is also an issue, but okay, so that's something. If I can change the Shadow Strike to, I don't know. I can't really do anything about that, but it does have a lot of armor. That puts my spell crit strike at 18%. Crush you. I want to try to make you better than what I have. $19 per 10, and I only have almost 50, which is 5, which is 95. It's not really worth much in terms of actual ward usage. Ward decay threshold. I'm hoping that the amount of ward retention and gaining is going to be better. This has 66, and this is 52, 56. Alright, so poison res. What do you have? Necrotic. I would need to make necrotic physical damage. Too much to try and fix on it, honestly. Crush it. Exalted Helm, sure. Let's take that. Oh, it's a fucking arena. I think it'll be safer to be over here. That's actually just my computer lagging on it, not even the game lagging. More intelligence, we're at 50, let's go. So they're all G6 something. Interesting. So that could be utilized. Lightning resist, damage over time. Crush all the rest of this. Intelligence. Crush. Wasn't I gonna try to use this because I want the cleanse? I do want to cleanse. Poison resistance could warrant being something different. Different than that. Void, sure. Necrotic, next. Alright, that's good. That fixes poison resistance and everything. Use that. Much better. I lose ward decay threshold, but I don't care. It's 160 difference. Taking cold off of other things would be great. Stun avoidance still can't be changed. I forgot about that. Mana regen. Better than nothing. 35%. Definitely does not give me enough to, like, constantly regen it, but oh well. Never would have needed that. Also, the game is stuttering super fucking hard. Alright, let's go do this. Over here. Hey look, the crit one. Alright, let's go walk back through and see what was dropped. Some shards. Well, nothing else dropped, so we're good. Good enough. This. Take that. Confirm. Go do this. Okay, so the issue is, I don't know if I have to actually go through doors or not in this place, or if I just have to explore. Because if it's a door that takes you to another spot in the same floor, then there's no point in going through the doors, and I'll just run around until I find who I'm supposed to kill. Don't need that. No. Yeah, extra health is a pain in the ass, man. Oh, do you have to kill each thing to move on? I got a shit, man. I don't have time for this. Eh. Alright, I got a shit, so there's nowhere safe. Corner. Kill everything within a mile away. So nothing spawns. Alright, another corner. I'm good. Alright, safe. Safe enough to shit? Probably not. So we'll continue. Alright, that's good. Now it's safe. I'll go shit. I'll be back. Alright. We didn't die. We're good. Shit. 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 Flame wall. So I can go up to 6, up to 3. Interesting. At the target location, it explodes, dealing lightning damage to surrounding area, and also striking up to 5 enemies further out. So it explodes into shock lightning. So it goes into ice as well. Interesting. Shock to frostbite, explosion freeze rate 80. Interesting. No tendrils. I'm assuming tendrils are, are the things that hit the 5 extra targets. Alright, that was exactly enough snooze. Let's go. And yeah, this game is chugging hard like a motherfucker right now, so. You can target it? Is that the thing that Biff was trying to tell me about? Because I kind of knew about it, but I don't care about it. I'd actually rather be in melee range because I was wanting this to be a melee hybrid. But the melee is lacking super hard. But yeah, if I could target it, would it be worth it? I don't think so. Yeah, because I also can't put a point in Fire Nova because I need it to be ice because I have a mutable order. And this way I can also get my damage type to just mostly be ice. So yeah, no. The reason why my build's fucked up is because it's fucked up. I decided to play the absolute most ridiculous all moving parts build for a mage. Yeah. See now I could use this and channel it. Now that would be fun just to see. It'd be hilarious. But it's not going to work. That's too many points to have to invest into it. Unless I was going into triple. Actually, well, no, yeah, that would be fine. Because I wouldn't need this. But I have to use this to disable it for this build currently. If I wasn't so attached to a mutable order. And I had gone... I don't know, actually. I don't think going Sorcerer would have made me any better, any faster, or any sooner. Deal increased spell damage and have additional ward retention. That's good. That's worth it. 4 points. Effects double after expensive skill. 40 mana. Or started a channeling skill that costs at least 8 mana while channeling. Okay. How long are they doubled for? 4 seconds? Is it continuously refreshed? That goes up to 24 times 2, which is 48%, so almost a 50% increase, both in ward retention and damage. That's not bad. Spell damage per stack. Oh, this is what Arcane Momentum is from. Got it. While at maximum. Yeah, that's just all around not bad. Like, increased spell damage 2%. Arcane Momentum duration can go up to 60%. So how much does it start with? It doesn't tell me. Oh wait, no, that's from this. 2 seconds. You can get maximum stacks. It's per stack? I didn't think it was a stacking thing. Okay, so when you cast a spell, gain a stack. Refresh the duration of existing stacks. Okay. You can only have one instance of Arcane Momentum. Okay. Max stacks, 1 per point. Up to 5, so you can go... For 5 points, that's 25% increased attack speed, or cast speed, really. Move speed at max stacks, which is 5, which I wouldn't need. I'd really just be putting the points in for the bonus damage. It'd be 5, 16... Not 16. No, that's 16. 2 times 8. 16 times 5 would be 80% damage increase while I'm channeling, essentially. Alright, this is kind of nuts. Yeah, I'm doing channeled. It works perfectly fine. Whatever could be the problem? Yeah, I'd have to immediately take it to dummies to figure out how it actually functions, or if it functions the way I want it to. But I think this and maybe these are the next things that I would go into for this tree. I don't need that. I don't ward per second per 10 mana. Okay, that's not bad either. Christ, why did they make a character for mages, but they didn't make a fucking character for rogues? Like, why is the rogue passive tree so hot dog shit? Like, there are so many fucking passives in here. So many fucking passives in here. So many fucking passives in here. And I think there's like 3 more nodes in here than there are in Rogue. There's definitely the ability to put more points into this than there is Rogue. Because this alone has 10, and that constitutes like a third of what Rogue can do, essentially, because the rest of them are worthless. But still, like, who made Rogue and was like, yeah, no, Rogue definitely is fine like this? Yeah. But this is good. Like, this is in a position where it's fine. None of this is egregiously, like, horrific and being like, oh, well, look at that. No resistances. No health. No this. No damage. No support for any of your own fucking skills. Like, that's half of the reason why I was so pissed about Rogue. Is I'm like, why would you give support to things that you can't even use at this low level from your passive tree when you could just be giving more use, like more utility in early levels for the passive tree? But eventually, that's the only other thing is like, Rogue is also missing skills, yeah. Hard missing skills, like you can definitely tell. Those have 4, this has 4, that has 4. Rogue has 3 in this, if I remember correctly. Blade Dancer has the 3. Lethal Mirage. No, Lethal Mirage. Can't remember what it is. Synchronized Strike, something else. Yeah. I don't even know what Falconer is. Never look at it. Garbage class. Don't care about it. Spellblade. What do I want to use out of this? Elemental damage would be nice. Elemental resistance is not really useful for me right now. Melee damage stuff. Ward decay threshold per intelligence. You gain ward when you use an elemental melee attack. So that I would probably just be using for the intelligence and the ward decay per intelligence. I think I'm going to have to go for that next too. Fuck. That would help a little bit. But only a little bit. But it would give me more cooldown as well. So I can't be mad about that. This is at 6.9. Nice. What are you at? 11.3 and 3.5. Okay. Yeah. See, for the rogue, anything that said two-hand spear or two-hand something, it should just extend to all two-handed everything. Like whatever you're using, two-handed, take it. It should do that, and then the threshold ones should specialize with spear. And like spear gets double, or spear gets extra something. because they want you to do a spear build with whatever skill it is, right? Like spear and puncture, great stuff. But it would be also nice if it didn't just suck ass, because spears are kind of shit, especially if you can't get like a half decent one to drop. So it's annoying. There's many questions that they do, or many questionable things that they do for Rogue. Whee! Okay, so I have a longer time of channeling. I think that's because of my mana regen. It's not much, but it's more than none, because I had none before, so. This removes ailments. That's literally the only thing I want it for. That's why I have it now. Alright. So, nothing else can be forged. This can, but there's nothing to add to it. Unless I can... What do I want? That'll do. Alright, it did it. Spell damage. Spleen damage. T4, close enough. Woo! Damage upgrade. Finally. All that with only a single drop of rum. Alright, so that's pretty good. We'll take that. This is almost done. Altar of Flesh Me. Fleesh! Eat the fleesh. Oh, yeah. Gotta pop the flesh nugget. Oh, that's right. I was like, did I not get one of them? There's 4, idiot. Didn't even get XP this time. That's the first time I've never seen XP just be the first one to drop. And like, probably forever. Then again, I don't get here very frequently, so what am I complaining about? Alright, so what do I want to do now? Do I want to farm this for one more round? One more set? Because the extra XP would be nice. That's an arena, fuck. I think I do that. Which is kind of rough, but Seems to be stuttering a little bit less. Alright, let's go do the smart thing and respec some stats. That's actually what I've needed to do for a little while. Because how much am I gaining from 8 points of this shit? Pretty much nothing. We lose 24% crit multiplier. What's my crit multiplier? Literally just that 30%. So, yeah, we don't lose a whole bunch. I guess I need money. Don't need that. I'll keep this still because they'll be interesting. Trash. Alright, so now we go to Hida Berea to see how this shit works. And then we can check and go back and forth on it. So, this. How do I know what momentum is? That's arcane momentum. And since it's channeled, it does only count as one. Alright, so that refreshes itself too. So that's good news to learn. So, get 5 into that. 4 into that. Yeah, that definitely works. So we can handle that. Do I lose ward out of all that? 3,600? No, not really. Took the Fizz Rose, which is a shame. But this can at least be changed to something. Back to Fire Rose. Eat my dick, game. I'll just take it all. Fuck it. Would have been nice to have, but not seeming like it's gonna make it. So, what to do? What to do? You can go smoke again. Why so much armor on you? Yeah, it is a lot of armor actually. Wangari, you need no armor. Wangari's own hide is strong, warm. Our battles build scars, which make us even harder to stab. Interesting. Magic's weak. You're damn right. Fighting close is so much more fun. It makes the fight harder. I wouldn't say it makes the fight harder. And you assume that I'm fighting from afar. I'm not. Just because I can hit you from a mile away doesn't mean I will. I will be in your dick and hit a mile away still. Alright, so we will need more skill points eventually. We have 2 levels on pretty much everything. Yeah, 2 levels left on everything. So this does kind of work the way I want it to. We can reallocate some more. What do I want to allocate? I could pull from that. Because I don't think that more spell damage matters. So here we won't be able to tell the difference, I don't think. But we might be able to. Pull that. So that'll be what? How much damage less? 7? 7 damage less. Alright. And then it should be another 7% less. Yeah, that's literally only 7% more spell damage for 7 points in it. So I really don't need most of that, if at all. Any. Not what I meant to do. Fuck. Stupid ass. Let's back it down as far as we can. Alright. So 4 is all we need for it. And then I could put a second one into that, but it actually isn't needed. I only use one fire skill, sort of. If I gave that 5 points, it would proc every time I used Flame Ward, and then this would be able to do more damage, but it'd only be like 10 spell damage, so it's rather... They really need to make that spell fire damage with Rune Word go up, but... Like, okay, so... What they need to do for this is not make it so that those don't scale with points allocated. They need to scale. They need to scale differently, because what they need to scale with is how many rune words you have. Not just Inferno. Like, it'll give you the Inferno rune word, which comes from this specifically. I'm going to point at my screen like you can see what I'm talking about. And then this one would have its rune word, and this one has its rune word, blah, blah, blah. But it should give spell lightning damage to anything for each rune word you have. So if you're running all three, it makes it really good to have all of them with duration so that they'll all stay on high uptime and you can swap through your skills back and forth, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Alright, so more damage to bosses per point. This effect is doubled if you have Raw Rune active or have passed through Frostwall. So it goes up to 16% essentially then. So that's meh. Right. I figured out that I don't really need any of these. Ward per 2 seconds goes up to 80, and it's doubled for the Heoglyph, or Heorune, which I will almost always have active. So the only two that are meaningful are both of these, but they both don't actually do anything for me. Like if I dumped 8 into that, it would be 160 ward every 2 seconds, which is 80 per second, but discretely in 2-second intervals, which is rough. You have additional armor while channeling per active rune. Armor gained as ward. So after channeling for 2 seconds, you gain a burst of ward equal to a portion of your armor. So I could make big armor that makes big ward. And then you do this, channel for 2 seconds, smack, channel for 2 seconds, smack, channel for 2 seconds, smack, channel, smack. Like, yeah. it's starting to pull together better. Now I can just definitely find any better gloves. And almost any helm is also going to be usable. Like, this one's almost usable as it is. What's my freeze rate at now? 130% for the cold damage modifier, so that's good. It's not in defense, right? Where is that? It's in other. Freeze rate multiplier. Drops to 740, which is true. So we do that to have that. But the health difference is minuscule. But we get more ward per second, so we top out at 2k base ward. Not bad. Okay, so that's good to know. Alright, well, back to monos, I guess, maybe? What time is it? 3? I should just go to bed. Yeah, seems interesting. Alright. We'll get that so you can crit more often. Or maybe not. Maybe I just get rid of this and this. And I go into these. We'll get 1 point into that. And we'll be able to do a little bit of extra damage. Freezing Cascade. Whenever an enemy is hit by a nova, another one is created around them. Each ice nova has a freeze rate of 4. Alright, yeah, you know, I could also fuck with that. So I need Elemental Nova Helm. With health. That's what will replace this helm. Oh, you can't go that way. Got it. At least they were right next to each other. Damn. Exalted melee. Affect shards. Level of affect shards. It's going pretty good, Kibitz. How about you? I just got a damage upgrade. Can't you tell? Ooh, yeah, flying. Yeah, it's a shit process. Just shitty all around. I don't like transportation in general, but flying. I can't say flying is the worst. I've had less worry and stress about flying than I have fucking people's driving. Yeah, exactly. You're like, well, when you have to travel, you're fucked, and now you gotta travel. It's just how it is. I forgot. The good one is to stand on the bridge here. Nice. Yay, 2 damage while channeling. That's what we want. Area for area skills. That's what we want. Spell damage leached while channeling. I don't want that. Uh-huh. Damage while channeling, sure. Damage while channeling, sure. Alright, interesting. That's right, I didn't put points in. What was I going to do with these? Just overall good. Alright, so this will be better. Huh. The only time mana guide will actually be useful, or even utilizable. It might not actually be useful. Will be interesting though. Why are you running away? So there's a couple of things I need to do now. First, redo some of Mana Strike. It needs points other places. We do need to keep that because it does need to stay cold. We want that because we need mana. And we want this to just increase mana gain. And I can't have it do that. I don't know, 1/5. That goes up by the same amount as this one. So 1 point in this is the same as 1 point in that. 2 points in that will be a second 3, which would be the same as putting it in that. But having both will be good too. So I think this will do 20% of 24. So 1/5 of that's 4 total. So it would be 28 for the next one. Theoretically, I don't know. Dexterity scaling. Oh, it's a dexterity skill too? Interesting. So damage while channeling with the shit spell, high crit strike. Yeah, so that doesn't matter too much. This one might be an upgrade. Cold damage instead of spell damage, which is fine. Crit chance, we would add to it. What to do with the health on kill? Get that to something else. Freeze rate multiplier, preferably. So what do I want on it? What would I want sealed at a low level? Do I need cast speed? No. I would rather have a low level crit strike chance. That's what it was. 1. Seal it. Alright, that gives me 68. Fair. We'll take 68. Should have been 69, but whatever. Oh, and it's got 2 left, so yeah, no, now it's pretty much dead. Now it's pretty much dead. Yeah, it's dead on it. 200's enough. It would have only been 14 extra spell damage, so not a huge big deal, really. Damn. Okay, you got one more chance. Damage over time. Big spell damage, mana. Not a bad wand. So, destroy Bloodspire. Okay. Cold penetration will be good. That is indeed something I should put on the loot filter. Interesting. We'll take that. Could be better, could be worse. Is worse, but tier 3 already. Alright, so what we want, elemental resistance, ward per second. Ward retention, because I want the ward retention. And we don't need any more elemental resist, we just want the ward retention. So we can put that on just because this one's better, never mind. Alright, mana spent as ward regen. 48 ward per second for you or your allies while standing on your glyph. So, decay threshold, while you stand on it, your 100% of ignite chance is converted to fire resistance shred. Chill is converted to cold shred. Interesting. 42% ignite duration, shock chance, and all the shred chances, and +1 to buff skills. So, what do I have that's a buff? Buff. Fucking one thing. Oh. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Fuck it. None of them are considered buffing skills. Fuck this shit. You'd think... Okay, so I know that I'm getting to this pretty late, but you'd think it would require more qualified people, but... As of recently, it seems that is not the case. Given, as of recently, most of the failures of flight have been due to mechanical errors and them being shitty planes. So we get more ward retention and more ward per second. Slightly more ward per second on this one instead. Alright, well, that's fine, I guess. I don't need that. That's trash. And that's trash, and that's trash. I don't actually really need those. But they do show up. I don't know why. So, crush. Crush. Ward on kill, void, and fire res. Mine has intelligence, so it really can't be removed. Okay, so let's see what this fucking thing does. Mana regeneration from focus is half as effective. While channeling focus. Only focus. Okay. We can't get focus to channel Nova or cast Nova, so there's no point in that. That's a buff. So what the fuck? God damn it. Fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? God damn fucking worthless piece of shit. What the fuck is this shit? I can't type in buff. But that works there. Okay, so I don't know. Something's working with this shit. Stupid fucking video game. Oh, we need one more? Yeah. Runes? Runes. Yeah, I think runes are fine. Alright, if we don't get fucking... XP, that's what it is. XP buff. Or decay threshold. Nice. Oh, 50%. Alright. It's a spell. It finally does damage. Rotating beam used to do dick all. shit XP. Eat my ass. But we'll take it. Ribbons of blood. Never seen that before. Runic invocation. Let's go. I need elemental nova more, but I'll take that over nothing. So shit. Alright, well, I guess I could be done now and go to sleep. And then try to be actually productive tomorrow, despite not being able to go to work because of bullshit. Gotta love bullshit, guys. Gotta love bullshit. 3, 4. Let's see what else I need to respec. I feel like the respec has definitely fixed most, if not all, of my problems. And more points into that will be warranted. 1 extra point into this won't matter. But that doesn't matter either. So I definitely don't need that. I literally just need that for the damage that it randomly adds. I want 1 more so it has essentially 100% uptime while I channel, no matter what, but... Because at 20%, it sometimes drops. Like, it'll sometimes turn off when I'm channeling. Point. Alright, so... I do want to get to this eventually. 5, 10, 50 per second if I'm critting 100% of the time. You have more critical strike multiplier based on ward. So yeah, I definitely do want that. And that would be 40% crit multiplier if I have my max 4,000 ward that I can get currently. Could get higher eventually, maybe, but currently that's where we sit. It's not bad. Armor Shred to Frostbite. Interesting. The fuck does Frostbite do? Frostbite deals damage over time and lasts 3 seconds. The first 15 stacks increase the chance to be frozen by 20%. So that's it. There's nothing else. Alright. Lightning, melee, movement, short range, traversal, intelligence. That's a lot of fucking tags, man. I still think they need to make a melee spell. Something that's able to go with both. It would be broken, but it would be interesting and fun. Only swords and offhand, so that's a shame. Dexterity, melee damage. Oh, shouldn't even look at. Up to 25% melee fire damage. I forget, it's the spell blade, so everything's going to be pretty much melee. Increased fire aura area. Fire aura to cold damage. Gain 3 ward when you hit an enemy. Oh, specifically elemental melee attack. Okay. So I'm not really going to put much into this tree. If anything, we're just only going for that. So we're going to be getting this to 5, and that's pretty much it. We might get it to 8 for the extra intelligence when we need the extra intelligence, but I don't know. I need 60. That's what I need. That's the threshold for that. That's it. And then I can dump 2 more points into it, and it would be good as well. Wait, so why does it do spreading flames? More information? The fuck do you... What? Why does it have spreading ward as a shield? It protects you. Ignite deals damage over time. Stack an unlimited number of times. Spreading flames deals 50 damage and it cannot stack. Why is that shit there? When you hit all or more information. Like, what the fuck? Ward is a shield that protects your health. It has no maximum and decays over time. That's normal. That makes sense. Lowest roll. Shit. That can be sort of fixed, though. Reroll within their tiers. That's pretty good. We would need Void and Necrotic. But this doesn't have the chance to ailment. Ailment. There we go. So we'd only need this at 1. And then we would seal that. This, we'd have to try and hope for necrotic resist. But it's just eating through it too fast. I do want to just continue playing, honestly, but I don't want to stay up like another 24 hours. But I am just hungry, and I could keep playing. I should just sleep, though. Alright, well, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. Sleep time. Sleep it is. So, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for sticking around and stopping by. I will catch you all later. And shout out all the people that I know to shout out. Vic. And then I don't think Sun streams, but I'm gonna say I don't think you stream either. I've definitely seen you before though. There we go. Streamed at one point. Alright. I will catch you all probably in like 3 or 4 hours. It's not gonna be a long sleep, probably. It might be. I'll be lucky if it is. But